Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 17-part video series showing you how to create JF house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So I'm gonna click on New, drop down, Architecture Template, and then press OK. And then once we have this, we need to click on Save and save it to the location that we want to. So I'm gonna save it to this spot where I wanted it. So J4M house. That's what I'm gonna call this. You can click on option before you click on save, and then here you can set up how many backups that you want. I'm gonna click on 5. I think that's good enough for intermediate. If you're a beginner, you can do 10 to 20. This is so that you can go back to anything. For example, if you have a problem with a project and you want to go back, you can instantly go back to that point. So now I'm gonna press OK, click on save, and then if we check our units, so you can type in UN. You can see that I'm using millimeters. We're in the metric template. If you want inches, you need to go and open up a imperial template. So once we're done with this, we're going to start off by adding grid lines. So it's under architecture, and as you can see on the right side, this is the icon that you need to click. You can also type in GR, that's for keyboard shortcut. So GR, so once you do, you'll be able to add in a line, a radius arc, and so much more. So here I'm just going to use line. I'm gonna click from below to above, and that's around the middle of this elevation tags that we have here. So right now I started with number 1 and it's vertical. So I'm gonna press escape and then escape again. So what will happen is we can select that grid line again, and then we're going to be on the modify tab now. You can click on the copy command, or you can type in CO, that's the keyboard shortcut. So CO, and then once you do, the most important thing is to click multiple so that you don't need to keep on clicking copy again. So here I'm just gonna check multiple. I'm going to grab the grid line, and then I'm gonna place it on the right side of my screen. So meaning that if I put it on my right side, it will keep on adding on the right side only. So of course, if you put it on the left side, it will add on the left side. So now I'm gonna type in 3185. So it started creating grid line number 2, and then again 3650. So we added that grid line again. So I'm gonna press escape and then escape again. So now we're going to add the horizontal grid line. So I'm gonna type in GR, and I'm going to click on the right side to the left side. But if you notice, if I'm gonna press escape and then escape again, zoom in, it will start number 4, which I don't want, because I want my horizontal grid line to be letters. So I'm gonna change that to a capital A. So now it's capital A. Once we create grid lines, it will start the sequence of letters. So that's a smart thing about Revit, that it recognizes what you did and it will basically do the sequence. So now I'm gonna press escape. Again, I'm going to select that and then type in CO. Multiples is already checked because from the default we check multiple and it will recognize it again, and basically every time you copy now, just double check, but I'm sure that it will stick with multiple checked. So now I'm gonna grab it and then I'm gonna pull it downwards from my screen. I'm gonna type in 5624. Next will be 2790. Next will be, you want to make sure that it's 90. 2490. And lastly, we have 2950. So now that we have all our grid line, we can zoom out and press escape multiple times. What I notice is that this area or this grid line, the horizontal, is too much. We put too much. So what we'll do is we're going to center this first. So I'm going to select everything and then just grab it. So basically, every time you have your model, it always needs to be at the center of the elevation tags in order for you to choose the elevation and in order for that to be shown on that elevation. So for example, if you have your model right here, you just need to move this elevation tag. It's easy. You'll be able to move it like so. So I'm gonna undo that. And then here, now that it's in the center, I'm gonna click on one of the grid lines right here. And if you notice, there is a temporary dimension or the temporary dash line that is showing. This is the dimension, this is the dash line. So that dash line indicates that if we put one up, all of them will be pulled up because there are aligned on each other. So now I'm cleaning it up. I'm selecting that as well. I'm gonna pull it right here as well. So for example, if you want to show the grid bubble on this side as well, all you need to do is check the square bubbles right here to show bubble. The only thing that you need to do is you need to select them individually, and then once you have it, you will have it all the way. So that's the hard part, is you need to do that on all the grid lines. So now that you're done with that, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna click on the dimension. You can type in DI, and then from DI, what we need to do is we need to add dimensions first on every grid line and then the overall. Again, dimensions on all grid line and then overall. So now that we're good with that, we can now press escape and then escape again. Here's a zoom in so that you'll be able to follow all the grid lines that we have. So now that we're good with this, we can now go to our elevation. I always click on south elevation, which is facing on this way. So now I'm gonna click on south, double click on that. you want to make sure that all the levels is under or above your grid line, or else it's not gonna be shown. So for example, I'm going to pull it down. So right now, if we click on level 2, everything is showing. If for example, you notice when you check your level 2, how come there's no vertical grid lines right here? That's because it's under the levels right here. So all you need to do is just pull it up, and this will be shown again. So those are the things that you need to do in order to fix anything that you cannot see. So here I have level 1 to level 2. I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to put 3000 only from level 1 to level 2. Then again, I want to add the roof line. So here you could go to architecture. Beside the grid line, we have levels, and you can type in LL to add level. So I'm gonna type in LL, and then we could add levels right here. So another 3000, and then there we go. If you notice, once we add level 3, our floor plan already upgraded to add level 3 again as well. So that's good when you're adding just 1 or 2 levels. But if you're adding multiple levels, for example only, I'm gonna undo that. The fastest way is selecting level 2 and then clicking on copy, and then multiple is check, and then you could grab level 2 and then pull it up, and then keep on adding 3000, the height of the levels. The only issue with this is the level 3 and level 4 is not showing on this level. So now the solution for that, so I'm gonna undo just level 4 because level 3 we're gonna use. But the solution for that is you need to go to view, and then here under plan view, you just need to go to floor plan. It's already highlighted. If you have multiple levels, you will be able to hold on shift and then select at the last part, and then it will highlight everything. So the only thing you need to do is highlight everything and then press OK. Once we press OK, level 3 will be appearing here. So that's the only thing that is what you do, or you need to do in order to show those levels. And those just an extra step, but it will be faster for you actually. Instead of you, like for example, if you have 30 levels, that will be very hard to add individually. So at least you know the fast way and the faster way. So now I'm just going to pull this one down a little bit. If you want, you will need to double check every elevation in order for you to see if everything is crossing the level 3 so that it's appearing. This one is appearing, but I just want to pull it back so that we have room, because sometimes you need to add dimensions to this elevation. You can do so. So now here, north is good, south, and then west is good as well. So everything is good. Let's go back to level 1. And then let's go back to architecture and click on the wall. And then here we have basic wall generic 200 millimeters. So I know in newer Revit versions, what you have is preloaded So what I mean preloaded is you have this exterior brick on CMU. You don't have any more of the generic wall. So now what you can do is you can select one of them. You can create your own by duplicating, and then here you could just type in exterior wall number 1, press OK, click on edit, and then now what you have is your exterior side and interior side. You can delete all of this and then all of this right here, but the one that you cannot delete is the layer above wrap and layer below wrap, and then in the middle as well, the structure. So those are the ones that you cannot delete, but as you can see, you can delete everything else. You can change the thickness right here. We can put 150, and then here let's change it up to something white, which I always choose gypsum wallboard. So I'm gonna choose that one, press OK, and then OK again. What you need to change here is base constraint is level 1, which is our base, and we want it to be above, or the top constraint to be up to level 2 only, not all the way to the top. So here, once you change this, click apply, it will change here as well. So you can change it right here or right here. Wall center line is the default. We're gonna maintain that. And then here you have chain already checked, so we're good by adding, going to A1, going to A3, going down to A or E3, going back here to E2, and then right here, if we zoom in, we can select here to our D2 and then D1, and then we're going to fix that later on. So I'm going to change that so it's easy to just give you the direction like this for now, and then go and finish A1, and then after that we can basically change it up later on. So here it's easy to let you know that I want to move this one right here. I'm going to grab this temporary dimension and add it to the D grid line, and then here I'm going to put in 177T. So now it falls back right here. So it's easier to edit those instead of you guys or me letting you guys know that this is here and there. So the dimension is easier to do that. So now that we have our exterior wall, let's create an interior wall. But first, the one that we have here is also an exterior wall. So here I'm gonna grab this. You can type in CS. CS is basically create similar. It's under modify. So once you click that, you'll be able to select whatever object right here, and it will be easily, you can add it again. So here I'm gonna add an exterior line for A2 up to B2 and going back to B1. So now we have exterior side and exterior wall right here. We're probably gonna change this wall later on, because we're gonna pull that back, and then this will be a border wall. But at the meantime, we're going to just stick with this. It's easier to change it later than to change it now. Once we understand the layout that we're trying to do here. So now, what I'm gonna do is, we could go and add more exterior wall, and then interior wall. So here I'm going to edit, duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1. Press OK. Click on edit. It will be 150 as well. And let's leave it at gypsum wallboard for now. And then here, once we have interior wall, I want to add C3, going to C2, and then going back to connecting to this wall. So now I know it's 150 as well, so we maintain that thickness of the wall. So I'm gonna leave it like that. And then in terms of an interior wall in this space, most of them are open area, so we're gonna leave it like that for now. So we're gonna stop here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the grid lines, the exterior wall, and then the levels. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So I'm gonna zoom in here, and then we're gonna start off by adding the stairs. So under architecture, you can click on the stairs, and then once you have the stairs, we can start adding the stairs by determining how many risers that you want, and also the distance. For me, I'm going to add at least 14. It will be 7 each, and then it's going to be a U shape. So I'm going to add 14. I will add 7 each for the riser, and then it's just going to be a U shape. So here I'm gonna start by adding here. If you zoom in, it will tell you how many you did and how many remaining. So here I have 7 that I created and 7 remaining. I'm going to click that, and then now I'm going to move on the side and then add another one. I usually do is click finish first, and then select that, and then nudge it in place once I do. And then we could see it into our 3D. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove this on this side, and then just leave it this one. I could change that to glass panel if I want to make it nicer. And then from here, we could change it a little bit, but we could do that later on. My plan is to at least have everything set up with the furniture and everything. So I could align this one at the corner right here. I want to make sure that I align it enough to be at the corner. So AL is for align. So now I like the gap here, and then we have some space for the door, and we know that this is going up and then this is going down. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to architecture and then double check this is the interior wall. So I'm going to select that and then CS. CS is create similar. It's easier for you to select the ones that you already added and then using CS in order for that to be live, or you can be able to add that instantly. So that's something useful to use. So now, knowing that I select the interior wall, I needed the interior wall, so I select that and then type in CS, and then now I could add it instantly. So now I'm gonna add that right there, AL to align it, and then there we go. That looks much better. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in the furniture. So I go into insert, load family, and then we have here under the furniture folder we have table, seating, bed, storage, and whatever. So now I'm going to add in the seating first. So let's add in the couch. I'm gonna use this sofa corbu. Click open, and then what you need to do is you need to load them one by one. So I loaded that one, and then now I could type in CM. So that is component, and then you'll be able to add it instantly. So you can press spacebar to change orientation. So I'm gonna add it right there, and then we can add in some chairs. So that's the trick. Load them one at a time, and then you'll be able to use CM so that you don't need to look for it. Because for example, if you don't know the CM, you will need to go to architecture, click on component in order to look for that. And what if you already loaded too much or too many? So now you will need to look for it and see where it is, and you only have this small picture right here for you to see that this is the one that you just loaded or you loaded before. So now it's a good idea to load them one at a time and then type in CM so that you don't need to go under architecture and then click on this. It's just a fast way of doing things. So now I'm gonna load a chair with the same thing, CM, and then load it right here. If you notice, this is too big for the space. So what you can do is, I'll show you how to edit any family. So you just need to select that family, edit type. What you need to do is you need to always duplicate any family so that the original will stay. So here I'm gonna select duplicate. You could name it whatever you want. I'm just gonna name it sofa 2 to make it easier. And then the depth is what I want to change. So here I want to change this to 550. Press OK, and then now it looks much better. I could align it right here and then there. Now I'm gonna do the same thing right here. Edit type, duplicate. I'll leave it the name like that, and then 550. Press OK, and then it's much better. Then I need a coffee table, and then we will load in a TV or an entertainment TV. So let's go to insert, load family, go back here, and then we have table. Let's look for a coffee table. This is what I usually use. Press open, CM, and place it in the middle. Escape and then escape. Now what you can see is there are 3 preloaded right here. So what you can do is you can change it from there to this. But if you notice, you can also create your own size. So here I'm gonna click edit, duplicate it again. I'm gonna call it coffee table to make it easier for me. And then now we can change the length, the width, and the height. I'm going to change the width or the length. This one I'm gonna make it probably 900, and then the width is probably 600 to make it easier. We can make it, increase it more, probably 1200. Click apply, okay. Now it looks much better with the spacing, and then we could push it a little bit right here, because we're going to add a window right here and then entertainment right here. So that's why we're spacing it carefully. So now let's go to load again. Under insert, go back here, and then we have storage here, right here, and then there is an entertainment center that we could add and edit here. So I'm gonna open that, CM, and then spacebar to change orientation. I'm gonna place it right here, and in order for us to edit it properly, what we can do is we can go to right here, we have section, and then let's add in a section right here. Don't worry, we're gonna flip it out. So here, once you add this one, press escape, select that again, and then we have a flip section right here. So flip it, and then what we can do is double click that. It's facing on the other way, so let's go back here and then select that, and then click on spacebar. Now it will rotate, and then now it's facing the correct way. So the idea is that we're going to add floors here. So once we add a floor, what I'm gonna add for the thicknesses of the floor is 200. So once we add the floor, it will go down here under level 2. It will go down to the level. It will be 200 from here. So now the height, actual height from here will be from floor to ceiling will be 2800. So minus 200 for the thickness of the floor. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that, edit, and then now I'm gonna go to the height. I'm gonna set it up to 2800. So I'm done with that size. If I press apply, okay, at least it's in the correct height. Now for the width, I'm gonna edit that as well. So width, I'm gonna estimate around probably 3000 I need. So now this is good enough. I want to have some room here, so I could push this one on the side. AL, I'm gonna align it right here. Here I'm gonna select that again, edit, and then the depth is too much as well, So I'm gonna change that to 500. And then the center right here, edit that again. We could take care of that with his. So I don't want to maximize it. So probably 2000 is good enough. So I just don't want the look of the storage beside that. So probably 1500 for now. And then let's not forget, we can basically expand that more if we want to, but I want the option of adding the back door right here. So I just want to add that option right there. So now let's go back to insert, load family, and go back here, and then we need to add the TV. So I'm gonna press OK, CM, spacebar, and let's add it right about here. Don't worry, we're gonna make it big enough. So let's go back to our section in order for us to see it. Here we could place it right here by using align AL, and then let's grab it from here for now, and then AL again in order for us to place it correctly right there. And then we could change the sizing right here. We can do more if we want to by editing the type, duplicating it, and changing the diagonal and even the thickness, but it's up to you to decide. I think it's perfect enough for this space. Okay, and then let's go back to insert. I'm gonna load in some tables again. So here I'm going to add in the dining table. So I'm gonna press OK. Let's save that first and then type in CM, and we could add the table right about here. That's good enough space for the area. And then let's load in the chair. So here, go to seating, and then let's look for this one, and then click open, CM, spacebar to change orientation, spacebar again, add right here, and then we can actually extend this a little bit. So I'm gonna edit this. You can duplicate it if you want, but for me I'm just gonna change the width. So I'm gonna make this one as 900. Click apply, OK, and then from here I'm going to just move this one a little bit like that, and then we could just delete this for now. We don't need it for we're gonna need it later on, but it's just on our way. So now I'm going to click this one and then click draw axis. Here at least we can see that this is the midpoint, so you can use that draw axis. You can also, so I'm gonna select all of this by holding on control button, and then here you could use this one as well, pick axis. As you can see, it's showing where the midpoint is as well, so you can use this as well. So that's both of the difference of how to use that. So now we have the dining area right about on this, and then we could extend it or do it like that if we want to. So the thing that I'm planning to do here is the powder room would be under the stairs. So here I'm gonna add in the same thing. This is the interior wall right here, and I'm just gonna extend it just like that. And then we're going to add in the sink and then the toilet right about here. So it's just a small area for our powder room. I know it's not going to be visible too much, but we're going to add whatever we could add here. So we could basically add this one like that. I want to check it out in 3D, and then we can manually push it down like that. And even for this one, we can manually pull it down, and we can box this one out. But for now, we're gonna leave it like this. We can add in a door later on, and then we're gonna extend this a little bit. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the stairs, and also we added some furnitures. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I'm gonna focus on is the kitchen. I would like the kitchen to be facing on this wall. So we will have this wall facing right here. This will be like a glass door, so that to open up the backyard right here. So now I'm gonna make it linear like this, and then all of this will be space for the island and whatever we're gonna put there. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on component drop down. Here we're gonna use model in place, and then look for generic model. Press OK, and it's up to you if you want to change the name. I'm just gonna leave it at generic model number 1. After that, click on extrusion, and then from here I'm gonna create extrusion using rectangle, and I want to make sure I will give a gap for the fridge. So I'm going to put it like this, and I'm going to move it a little bit on the right side. So we could have something right here, maybe a breakfast nook or whatever we decide later on. After that, I want to click on this line. Here I could set it as 650, or around 7 is good enough. And then click on finish. And then here we could set up the material. And then here I'm just going to use like a wood finish. So I'm gonna click on wood. I'm gonna use ash and then click apply. Okay. And then from here, I know it's gonna be 900 from the bottom to the top. So I'm gonna put that at 900 and I'm gonna click on finish. And then here I want to add the fridge right now. So I'm gonna insert load family, and then here we could go to specialty equipment, and then domestic, and then mid-range, and we have the fridge right here. Click open, CM, spacebar, and then I'm going to just add it right there. I can push this one back like that. AL, I'm gonna align it at the back right there. And then here I'm going to click on edit. I don't want to show the label, and then click apply and then OK. Next thing is actually I'm going to add the boat case with a combination of convection oven. So I'm going to go insert again, load family, and oven and microwave, or the combination. So I'm gonna look for that. This one, double oven, and then CM. I'm gonna press on spacebar, and I'm going to add it like that. Select that, edit type. I don't want to show the label, so I'm gonna uncheck that. AL to make sure that they are aligned. So I'm good with that. And then I'm going to push this one back a little bit. So right now we could just move this one all the way right here, and then we're going to add a case in this spot. So now I'm going to add in a section. This section will be able to see what's going on right here. I'm going to extend that all the way right here, and then grab this and then flip this one to this side. You can double click right there, and then now I'm going to move this one above right here, and then we will add a casing right about here as well. So here in section, we're going to click on model in place again, generic model, and then this will be number 2. I'm gonna go and add an extrusion. I'm going to pick the plane, which is this wall, and let's use rectangle in order to add this. I'm gonna make sure that this is 2800, which is exactly what we want, but at the same time I want to align it from the level 1. So now we need to push this back 2800, and then here I'm going to add an opening, and then I'm going to align that right there, and then here as well I'm going to add an opening. At the same time we need to delete this, SL, and then TR, trim and extend. So in this regard, we did this, but here we need to do this like that. So the 250 is not actually what we want right now, but we need to click on finish first and then change the material. I'm going to add a stone finish on this one. I'm going to use field stone, apply OK, and then click finish. Go to 3D to see the extrusion, and then here, from here, we could just grab the arrow and then just push it all the way right there to make it look nice. Let's go back here, and then I'm just going to push this one a little bit back, and then this one as well. AL, I'm going to align it from here, and then if we see it in 3D, it looks flush right there and it looks proper. Okay, so now what I'm gonna add here is the top. So we'll have a dining area here, and then we're going to have a breakfast nook here, and then at the same time we will have an island. So there's a lot of things going on in this area, but that's fine because it will look nice. So now I'm going to add a top for this one. So here I'm going to just edit the extrusion part. I'm going to click on create and then click on extrusion. So this extrusion, I want to set this one, pick a plane, and then the plane that I'm gonna use is the top of this extrusion part. So once you set that, you can click on rectangle, and then you want to make sure that it's only 25. After that, this will be another stone material, so we need to change that. And then click on granite cut polish for the material. After that, click on finish and then finish. We want to see it. It's looking right good. And then now we need to edit this. We're going to add the kick plate. So I'm going to select that, edit in place again, but instead of extrusion, we're going to click on void form and then void sweep. After void sweep, we're going to pick the path, and then we're going to choose this path. Or we could select it using pick line. That's easier. After that, click finish and then click on modify sweep again in order for you to have this option, and then click on edit profile. And then you can zoom in, select rectangle, and then create a rectangle going in. So right now it needs to go in so that we could void it. Here we could have 80, and then here we can do 100. So 100 by 80. That's fine for the kick plate. Click on finish, and then here click here again, click finish again, and then now you can select cut geometry and it will be cut like that. After that, click finish again. And then now we will add, let's add, basically I want to add here the cooktop. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go to level 1 again, insert, load family, and then we're going to use probably one of the cooktop right here. I'm gonna click on open and then CM, and we're going to add the cooktop just right here at the top. I'm going to move this one just a bit in the middle like that, and I don't want the label, so I'm gonna select that, edit type, and then uncheck the label. So that's good. And then let's load in the range. So here we're going to go back. So probably, yeah, we need to go back, and then here mid-range, and then we need to, sorry, not mid-range, high end, and we need to have this hood wall. So range hood, click open, and then type in CM, and then we're going to add it right about here. And of course I don't want the label. And then from here, let's go to section again, and then let's pull this one above, just enough for the 2800. So just enough for that. So now it looks nice. And then we will create a cabinet at the top right here. We could use the section so that we could base it from this face. So again, let's go to architecture and then component drop down and click on model in place. Let's save this, and then once you do, look for generic model and then press OK again, and then OK again. Now we're gonna create an extrusion, and we're gonna pick the plane on this wall. So press OK, choose this wall, and then now select this rectangle, and then from the 200 we're going to add the cabinet above. So AL, I'm gonna align it from this because I know this is 28. That's exactly the height that we need. And then from here I want to set that this should be 850, and that's high enough, and then that's good enough for here, for this one. I'm going to click on finish, and I know it's not enough. I'm going to need to change the materials again. This will be ash, same materials that we added from below. Actually, I'm planning to just change it to a different wood, so maybe Douglas fir will be good enough for this. And then click on finish again, go to 3D, and then from here we could basically just move this one back like so. If you want to be exact, you could click on edit, select that, and then edit extrusion. We could set it up as like this, and then we could go to level 1 just to change the width on that. But as you can see, we can basically manipulate the size instantly by using extrusion. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. I'm just eyeballing how it looks, and here we could just drop this one as well if we want to. So we just need to go to section, and then here you could change the height of those so that nothing is sticking out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it down so that at least this one is visible enough. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the backsplash. So here again, I'm gonna click on component, model in place. This will be generic model. Press OK, and then OK again. Extrusion, pick a plane, same thing, this wall, and let's leave it at 10. And then here we need to change this one to tile. I'm gonna use this. Press OK, and then now we just need to add this rectangle all the way right here. Click on finish and then finish again. Now it's looking like this. I like the way it looks. In 3D, if you want to see all the grills, you just need to click on fine, and then more detail will appear. Now it looks nice. And then what we could do as well is we could add something right here in below. I'm going to put in some dishwasher. So go to insert, load family, go back here, mid-range, and it will be under here. So it's probably at the back here, high end. Let's add in these different kinds of range. You can even add this if we want to. So I'm just thinking where I seen that. I know it's something right here. So dishwasher, and then CM, we could add it in this face, and then by just taking out, that will be fine enough. And then we could just edit type, duplicate, or uncheck here, apply, and then OK. And then we could manipulate that to stick more later on. So it will look like that. And then we could push that back under our section if we see that it's not showing properly. So I could go and push it back more later on so that everything is flush properly, so that it's just showing the door. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to just hide this too. We can even use the scope box or section box if we want to. You could use that under properties, check this box, and then click apply. And then after that, you'll be able to pull this one out. And once you do that, you can see that it is basically hiding whatever's you unchecked there. So now everything is like that. If you want to make it back, you just need to uncheck that and it will go back. So for now, let's use the section box in order for us to do this one properly. Another way is for us to just hide this wall, but for now I think it's better to just use this. So now that we're seeing this, what I want to do is probably maybe push this back a little bit more, or maybe we could just add a void on that. So we're probably gonna deal with that later on, but for now, what I want to add here is we could add in the cabinets. So we already have our backsplash, and we could go to our section 1 and add in our cabinets. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on here, click model in place, or we could just use this. So we could select the ones that we created here. So for example, I'm gonna start off with the top cabinet, edit in place, click on extrusion, pick a plane, which is this one. Once you select that, we could use rectangle and then offset this one to 10. Here we offset it to 10, but we want it from the inside, so just click on spacebar and then select that on the corner. After a while, I want to add the cabinets right here in the middle, so this is a perfect spot. And then another one right about here, but let's remove the offset right here. We could use this and then offset that. So that's much better. And then here we just need to divide this one properly. So I'm thinking just maybe maybe 3 is enough. And then I'm just eyeballing this for now and move this one. This is around 600, 630. So let's make this one 630. And then 630 here, 633, and then 630. So that's good enough for me. It's almost even out. So here I'm gonna mirror this in between here, and then now we just need to click here and add a 10 offset. So I'm gonna place it on the outside, and then what we'll need to do is SL, that's split element, and then here we need to split the ones right here, and then the ones below as well. TR, trim and extend. Okay, and then at the top as well, trim and extend. And then here I'm just gonna have an extrusion of 10, and I remember the top is, we put it as Douglas fir. So I'm gonna use the same finish, and then click finish, and then finish. Let's look at it at 3D. I'm not yet done with this. I want to edit it more. The reason for that is I want to have a modern look. So I'm gonna select that and edit, no, not edit extrusion, but instead go to create, and then we're going to void sweep. After that, pick path. What we're gonna do is we're going to create an offset. So I'm thinking of probably 40. So here I'm gonna select, the path, so I'm gonna select this path, so instead of here I'm gonna pick path and then 3D instead, because that one is a lot harder if you think about that. And then after that, click finish, click the sweep, and then edit profile, and then from here we're gonna create a void from the inside right here. For me, I want it to be, so we could start off. Let's align it here so that we could know. So we select this. I will need just 5 millimeters, and then from here I want it to be, I want to move it or instead of this one, I think I could do this much faster if I did. So I'm gonna redo it. Click here, edit in place, select all of this, and then I'm gonna create a void extrusion instead. Go to your section, it will be much better. And then from here, we're going to rectangle, and then we're going to use an offset. I think an offset of 40. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try. So we need to set first. So I'm gonna pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane. Now we can basically set it off now. Those are the steps that I missed, but it's good because I don't want to do it manually. I want to do it in one shot. So at least this one is a good thing because we can do it fast. I'm just looking at this one, if this will be the best distance. I could do probably 100 as well. And then here, -5. Apply, and then finish, and then cut geometry. And then click finish. I want to see if it works. I want to see it in 3D because it's not cutting. So basically it cut, but we just need to change the start. So at least put 5 here so that it's basically cutting. Okay, so now look at this. It looks much better. It looks modern. We can even change whatever we have here if we want to. We're gonna do the same thing here in front, so on the base. So we could go to section again, and then we could select this one, edit in place, and then here select void extrusion, pick path. This is very important. We have to choose which one, and then that's what we choose, the front of this. Now we need to do a rectangle, but we need actually, let's delete that. We need to create the front first, so we're going to create that for now. So pick the face, and then here we're gonna put 10. Select this and then add an offset of 10, and then select it from this corner, spacebar to change orientation, and then to this corner, and then click. Before you click finish, change the material. I believe this one was ash. So I'm gonna choose ash, and then that's for the door or the drawers. So once we have that, we can now do the void extrusion, pick path, and then we're going to choose the cabinet door. But again, I forgot to provide separation here. Let me edit this first and redo that. I'm going to get this one first, and then mirror this in between here, and then here we could have a drawer and then some pantry. I can have this one as a pantry, or some sauce. We can put some sauce there. Here we could put 500, and then here 500 as well. And then we could have drawers right here, and then drawer again here, and then drawers here as well. And then let's use align to align them, and then now click on pick lines and then offset this one to 10. And then we're here to do this task, which is we still have to do anyway. So now SL to split element, we need to add separation so that we could trim it properly. So now we could go at the top first, and then we're gonna deal with it later on for the others. So maybe I could add more variation by adding 2 drawers. Okay, so we're just going to add that, and then I'm still thinking where I'm gonna add the 2 drawers. Okay, so I'm probably going to add it right here just to have a difference. I'm gonna put it in the middle like so, and then put 10, and then SL again to split it up. And then after that, we need to type in TR, that's trim and extend, and we have a task of doing this now. And then let's focus at the top. Okay, so now we're just adding this. Then trim this again. And then now whatever's below. And then now I'm just gonna click finish and then finish. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish up the top cabinet, and as you can see, we added some details so that it will look modern. Now we're gonna do this on the base cabinet. So right now I'm going to go to section 1 and select the extrusion, edit in place, and then we're going to create void form extrusion. We're gonna pick the plane and we're going to choose the plane for this one. Now, similar to the upper cabinet, we're going to click on rectangle and then offset that to 100. So now we're going to select that and then put a space bar. So in terms of here, we're going to change it a little bit, but for cabinets we're going to maintain the 100. And then here I think 100 is good as well. Here we're going to make it different, and then I believe this one is for the dishwasher. So now I'm gonna align this one just to make sure, and then select this one again and offset probably 70. So I'm gonna offset that to 70 so that we still can see something there, because when I did the 100, nothing is showing anymore. Here we might put it back to So this one we might put it back to 100 just because it's not lining up here. So I'm just going to change that a bit. AL, and then grab it from there. And then here it doesn't matter, it's because it's not on the same level as this one. So now we want to make sure to put -5 and then 5 here so that it's still showing. Click apply, finish, and then cut geometry, and then click finish. If we check that out, now everything is looking like this, and it looks much better. Next, I'm gonna provide you a handle for this that I created. It will be on the second link on part 1 of this video. So the good thing about this is it sticks on the face of anything. So even here on the top of there, but we could add it right about anywhere. So I'm gonna put it in section, and then here I'm going to add it right about here, and then in the midpoint right here, and then let's add it here as well. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to mirror this into the midpoint, and then from there we're going to copy this as well from the corner at the top. You want to make sure to copy it again, and then make sure multiple is checked, so that we just need to keep on adding. Here we could just put it in the middle again, or CS, put it in the middle, and then pull it up, and then here copy it from the corner. I'm gonna do this one as well. Copy it in the corner, and then copy it from here just to have that one. And in terms of midpoint, I think it's much better if we keep on just adding it, and I could always align it. So I'm gonna do that instead. And then here I could align it from the top here, and then there. And then I'm gonna grab it from the corner again, so that everything is in the midpoint. I want to double check that. That looks nice. And then here we're just going to add it from the corner right here for this area, and then this one for the corner as well, for this one as well. So now everything is showing like that. We could put this one in fine so that everything is showing as well. And then we need to do this one by mirroring first, so that we could make everything uniform at the top. We could grab this and then copy it from the corner. Sorry, we could have to put it right here, and then just delete this one. And then let's copy it again from the corner right here, to this corner. Because this one is equal, we could just do it like that. Now it looks much better. So at least in this area it is done. Now we could move this one a little bit. We're going to create the island right here. So same thing, go to architecture, component drop down, model in place, and then click on generic model. And then here we're going to click on extrusion, and we're going to add an extrusion like so right about here. I'm assuming the distance at the moment because we're still going to figure out the aisle here. So around 1200 is good enough. I wanted to check here around 850, and we could maximize this space, and then this will be our breakfast nook as well. So we could add something, we could design something right here that will have an area. So let's create the island first. So I'm gonna pull this one a little bit there, and then we are going to add the sink here. So right now I want it to be 0 because this is level 1, this work plane is level 1, and then to 900, similar to the height here. And we want to make sure that this is a different material. It will be wood as well. I'm gonna choose maple glossy, click apply, OK, and then click finish, and then finish as well. Double check, everything's good. Now just go back again, click here, edit again, and then we're going to add on the top, so another extrusion. Set, pick a plane, we're gonna set it at the top here, and then this will be just 25, and we will have so instead of a top, I want it actually to be different. So I'm gonna exit on this. We could exit again, go here under section, select this, edit in place, but our view is like this. Create extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select the face of this one, of the island, and then now we're going to select here, and then we're gonna offset 25 around, and then we're gonna add something below and below right here. So now it will be of something like this, that we could have an overhang on the side for some chairs. I can pull this one back, and then instead of maple, of course we need to have stone. And then here we could use this for now. until we finish that, until we create another one or we choose a different material. To finish this off, just for this island, for now, I'm going to include the seating. So go back to the main and then select furniture and then seating, and let's choose this one. Press open, CM, and let's add it right about here. Select that, copy, and then just add it just like that. So I'm happy with this, but now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in a sink. So go back to load family, go back to main, go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then we need to have a sink, and then we could choose this one, and then CM. Let's add it in the middle like so. Here, counter height, we put it 925 so that it's showing. So now it's flush, and what we need to do is we need to create a void around here. So I know this one, this is too much for the space, so I'm just going to eyeball it. Guess we set up 825 here, and I seeing that it's too much space. So at least people can still walk by here, not just on this space. So at least this is good enough, and we would just want this one to be at least in the middle. So I'm just estimating it from the middle right now, but I want to add in a void so that everything is showing below. So right now I'm going back to level 1. I'm gonna select this here, edit, click here, void extrusion, and we're going to add, we need to set it, so I'm gonna set it right about in this top, and then we're going to add extrusion, and then we need to click, so we need to negative, I'm just estimating around negative 500 from the top, and then click on finish, and then we need to see how it looks. We could just pull it back a little bit, and then see once we click on cut, now it's appearing the bottom, and it will appear on the plumbing there. So now everything's looking good. I'm happy with what we have right here. So the seating that we chose here, it's not bar height, So you can probably check Revit City if they have a bar height block, or if you want, you could edit it from yourself by yourself, but it depends on you. But for now, this is just to represent the bar height that we're gonna place here in the future. So at least we have all the handles, and we have handles at the top as well. So before we finish here, I just want to add the sliding door that opens right here. This will be available in part 1 description as well, so you don't need to worry. You just need to drag and drop it in the view. So let's wait for it to load, and then once it loaded, we're gonna place it here. So right now, if we place it here, it's not gonna be showing, so I'm gonna place it right here for now, and then from here we're going to edit this. So I'm gonna edit, and then here the height will be 2800, the width is probably 4500, and then 0 on the gaps, and let's apply, and then apply again. And then from here, CS, and we could place it right about here. I don't want any inset, so 0 on that, so that it looks flush there. We could delete this now, and then from here we can even maximize the width right here. So by checking what's the dimension, so probably 5470 or 5470, we could add it and then change it. Click apply and then OK. So now it looks like it's flushed right here. It looks nicer. And then if you want to open, you can click that as open, and at least we can extend whatever we have here onto our mini backyard. So I'm gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go back to level 1. And then from here, what I want to do is to add the flooring. So let's go to architecture, click on floor, and then from here, edit type, and we need to duplicate this, and we could call it floor number 1, and then press OK, edit, and then we're going to place it at 200 thickness, and then here I want a stone finish. So let's go to stone and choose one of this. I'm gonna choose limestone, and then apply, OK, and then OK. So here I'm going to select the rectangle, and then from here I'm going to go all the way to the corner. So the corner of A1 up to the corner of E3. And then at the same time, what I want to do is I'm going to click on pick line, and then I'm going to pick line right here and right here, and then type in TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend on here. So once we do that, we just now need to just check, and then here we could go to our 3D and double check what we did. At the same time, we're gonna put grass around there. So first, I want to pull back this basic wall, exterior wall number 1, because I want the border wall to be smaller, and I want it to have a different material. So I'm going to type in TR, that's trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. And then after that, press escape multiple times, and then click on wall again, and then we're going to create the border wall. So here I'm going to edit, duplicate, press OK, edit type, let's maintain the 150 thickness, and then here we're just going to choose one of the concrete. So you can type in concrete, and then masonry unit. Click OK, and then OK, and then OK. Now we're just going to add it at the end here, and then at the end right here as well, because both of them are different wall properties. As you can see, you can basically edit the height here. So we could put top offset around 1000 to 1500, maybe half of the height. So it's actually negative of that. So we could put 2000 instead. Negative 2000. Or negative 1000. So I'm gonna leave it like that. I think the height is proper. It's good enough for this, for a border, just a border wall. And then now, let's go back to level 1. And then I'm gonna click the floor again. I'm going to edit and duplicate it. This will be floor number 2. And we're going to put grass. So I'm gonna type in grass here, and then pull it up by selecting that arrow, apply, OK, and then OK. And then now let's use rectangle again to click on the corner right there and up to the corner right here. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So now we have a floor there. At the same time, we also have a floor right here. So a couple things that we need to add as well is the doors. So let's go to insert, load family, and look for doors. And then here, let's go to architect, so residential. And then here, let's choose the exterior door. And then for the interior door, we're also going to use the garage door right here. So one of the garage door, we're going to use that. So here I'm going to choose this. click open. I'm gonna select everything for the interior door, and then holding on shift button, click on the last so that to highlight everything, and then press OK. So just say yes that you want to load everything. Once you do that, we can go back to architecture and click on door, or you can type in DR, and then here we have the new door that we just loaded. At the moment it's the 300 by 2000, but we're not gonna use that. We're gonna use around 600, 700, and 800, maybe 900 by 2000. So that's what I'm planning to use depending on the size here. So here we could have this side door, and we could have an opening here as well. So side door, we could add it right here, and then here we're going to load the main door, which will be just a single door. Also, we have a room here, the powder room. So I'm going to add probably the 600. So I'm going to add the 600 by 2000 right about here. Press escape and then escape. Let's go load the other doors. So like I said, I want an exterior door. We can choose one of this as an exterior door. Click open. I'm probably going to use the 750, all of this only. So I'm gonna press OK, and then after that, let's add one of this. So 750 would be good enough, and then we're going to place it right here. So I'm happy with this. We could basically extend this as well if we want to, just to give it some indentions, and we could basically give a more grandiose entrance. So let's go to insert again. We're going to load the garage door, and then we're gonna choose one of this. I'm probably gonna use this. I want to try and use this one, so I'm gonna click on open, and then CM. Sorry, for the garage door is still a door, so we cannot use CM. We need to use DR. So DR, and then we're going to place it right about here. I want to see what it looks like. So here I'm going to edit the size. So right now I know that we could put it up to around 2700. And in terms of the size or the width, I'm going to use here to estimate how far I can put it. So around 3300. So here now I'm gonna edit this, and then here 3300, and then at least we have some gap and it looks nicer. And then here what we could have is maybe we have to lower it because we're going to add a floor. So it's better if we put this one around 2500 so that nothing is hitting. So we have a lot of gap, and we could just do something about that. So now I'm happy with this. I'm just going to, like I said earlier, gonna create an indentation right here. I'm thinking of turning this around, but I think that's too much. So here I'm gonna select exterior wall CS. I'm going to add it right here up to right here, connecting right here. So we need to connect that. So now I'm going to select the door, and then here you can pick a new host. So I'm gonna pick this host and put it right here. At the same time, we can trim and extend right here, or we could just pull it back. So either way it's correct. There's more effort to do that, but at the same time, at least you know there's a lot of ways to do things here. So here I'm gonna select that CS. We're going to just add a wall right here just to have some closet, because that's something that I miss adding right here. At least now when we see, it will look like that. Looks much better. Okay, so now I'm checking. We're going to add a window right here, and then let's add in all the toilets and the sink right here that we need to add. I'm thinking now maybe we need to put it at 500 to 2000 so that we have space for the sink. So that's okay as well. And I think we should just add the sliding door. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's add in the sliding door, which is right here, sliding to panel wood. Press open, and then let's just add all of them. The reason for that is we're gonna probably use that for the second floor. So I'm gonna press OK, and then I'm sure we're going to create a custom one. We're gonna edit from the existing. So you can type in DR, and then here if you see, this is too big. So now I'm just gonna place it here for now. Press escape, select that, edit. We're going to duplicate that. You can name it whatever you want. I'll probably going to put around 900 only. So press OK, and then change the width. So 900. After that, we can press escape and then select it again and pick new host. And then right now we have our sliding door into our entrance. At the same time, we need to go to annotate, detailed line, and then here we're going to change demolish because we need a dash line, and select line, and then we're going to add 2 lines to represent the rod. At the same time here, we need to finish what we have right here. So let's go to insert, load family, go back to the main, and then go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then here we need to have the water closet. I'm gonna choose the toilet domestic, press open, and then type in CM, and then add it right here. At the same time, load family again, go back here, click on sink, and then choose one of the vanities right here. So we have a square, and then we have a round. I think let's use the round. Click on open, CM, and then add it right about here. And then we just need to go to annotate, click on detail line, change this to thin line, and then we need something to represent the top here. And then we could just move it in place. and then there we go. Maybe we could hide, because you cannot just edit this one. So it's just hard to see, but at least if I show you that in 3D, you'll be able to see what we're trying to do here. It's supposed to be close as well right here. But that's something that I would let you guys do. You could just close it off with a wall right there. And then at the same time, let's add in here the curtain wall. So just select the wall again, and then go to the drop down and then select curtain wall. And then right now I want to put it right here, but from the inside. So space bar to change orientation. It will tell me an error, but that error is basically saying that it's not showing at the moment because it's under the wall. But we're gonna use cut geometry in order for that to be shown. I'm gonna show you that later. So I'm just gonna drag it a little bit right here because I want some gap in this area. At the same time, CS again, I want to add a window right here and then spacebar only at the top portion of this, so that we have some spacing right here. We have some sunshine coming through the garage. So now let's go to 3D. I'm gonna show you the error that was beeping earlier. So now go to modify, click on cut geometry, and then after that select the wall first and then the curtain wall, and then there you go, it changed to a glass, and then right here wall and then curtain wall. And then after that, I'm just going to pull this one a little bit, and then right here as well. So for me, this is the only time that I'm going to add this. And then after that, AL, I'm going to align it from this top, and then here I'll also going to pull it up a little bit, just a little bit, because I don't want it to be all the way down. So just a little bit, and then at least I think I want to push this one a little bit upwards so that the mullion is connecting to this one. So I'm just eyeballing it for now. If you want to make it exact, you can do so by offsetting this one to -200. So there we go. Now it looks much better. I know it's aligned as well. For this one, because we have something right here, the railing for the garage door, that's why I'm leaving it like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in some of the curtain walls right here. We added the door and the garage door. We also added the floor. Right now, we're gonna continue working on this. For level 1, before we go to level 2, I just want to add a furniture like a breakfast nook here. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to the main and then go to furniture and then go to seating. Let's add in the table first. Maybe just a circular. So maybe we could use this with chairs already. So I'm gonna click open. We're going to override CM, and then here we're just going to add it right about here. So we have enough space for a breakfast area. So that's good. Now we're gonna go and probably let's just add some windows around here. So I'm gonna click on the curtain wall, CS, and add one right here and then one right here as well. And then let's go back to 3D, and then from here we could go to modify and then cut geometry. Select that and the curtain wall, select and then curtain wall. And for this one, we don't need to edit anymore because we create similar this one, meaning it will hold all the information that we have here. So if I click here, as you can see, it already has all the base offset and then the top offset. So that's good when you're doing create similar, when everything is already added like that. So now what we could do is we could click on level 2. We could add all the mullions later on the windows right here. And then here, let's go back to level 2. And then right now, in default, we have underlay turned on. So range base level is level 1. So for me, I want to turn that on because I could select, for example, this exterior wall or the border wall or the exterior wall, and then I could use CS in order to add it instantly here. I don't need to look for the wall right here and so forth. So it's an easy way to add all the things that you already added. So now I'm going to select exterior wall, CS, and then from here I would like to add. So I'm gonna click B1 up to B2, and then this is knowing that this is up to level 3, and then center line and everything is good. And then here I'm going to go A2, going to A3, going right here, to D. So go click on D first, and then we're going to add a little bit of probably 1200. So 1200 from the D3, and then going back here, so we're back in the number 2 grid line, and then going to E2, and then going back here, and then just copying what we have here below, and then go back to B1. So now we have this one's done. Now interior wall. So now I'm gonna select interior wall from below. So here I'm selecting that CS. So now we're going to add a wall right here, similar to what we did right here, and then we're going to add a wall right here, so separating this, and then this is around 1900, and then CS again from the interior wall, and we're going to divide this, and we're gonna divide this around 1500. So that's about it. I like the way it looks. And then we might extend this a little bit later on, but for now this is how it looks. And then here we're going to select this one, and then CS, and then we're going to close this off. So that's done right here. We're going to add another interior wall, so CS. So because this is probably confusing for you guys, I'm gonna turn on none for the underlay right before we could finish this. So here, this section, we could delete that for now. We don't need that. So here, I'm gonna select interior wall again, CS, and then here we're going to add another 1500 from this one. So here, I'm gonna select that 1500. And then here, it's up to this line. But we need to double check if it's good enough. So around 875, I feel like that's too little. At least around 1000. So here I'm gonna select that, and then here I'm gonna grab it. So here we have 875. I want it to be 1000. So at least we have some space to walk here. And then from there, CS, CS, and then connect that. So what we could do here to have some space is we could, I don't want this one to look like this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it, AL, align it from here and pull it right there, and then from here, and then I'm going to add a wall right about here. So this is around, you can make it 2500 for the depth. Here we have 1900. We're going to make this one 2400. Make it 25 at least, so that everything is uniform in terms of length. And then here we're just adding an indentation so that it's not too much, it's not crowded. So here probably 400 from the C grid, and then here, or we could just align it from here. Let's align it from here to make it proper, and then trim this, and then here we could just move this one right here. So at least we could give this one a nice spacing, and then right now we could select this CS, and or we could just extend this one. And then I'm gonna double check what we have right here, because it looks, yeah, it doesn't look nice here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one back a bit. So I'm gonna grab it from here, and grab it, and then here we're going to put 1000. So at least we have enough space. So we have a spacing issue, but we're fixing it right now. So now what we have here, we could then add some space for our doors here. So I'm gonna click on door, and I want to double check what we're gonna use here. I want 700 by 2000. So here, this is just enough. I'm going to place it right about here. I think this is good enough space. And then right here for the washroom. And then we could add the ensuite right here as well. So this will include 3 bedrooms, and then 2 of them will have a shared washroom. I'm just gonna nudge it in place. You can use your arrow key, select the door, and then you could use the arrow key on your keyboard to nudge it in place. So now I'm just looking on how it will look, and then let's load and go to insert, and then let's load the bed. So go to furniture and bed. I'm gonna load in bed box, click open, and then let's save this, and we're going to type in CM and change it up to queen, spacebar, and then we're going to add this one right about here, and then we're gonna nudge it more in place, and then here we're going to add this one right about here. And then we could have the bed, another bed right here. And actually, we're gonna change this up. We're going to extend this one all the way right here. And then for here, we're going to move this one around this. It's because we need the laundry room. We're gonna place it right here. So now we're gonna have a door right about here, and then we could extend this a little bit more if we want to, so that we have more space right here. So to do that, we need to move this one again. So at least we have this one, and then we can nudge it right here, and then CS again. We could have our closet right here. Select that, grab it right here. Around 700 is good enough. And then we're going to add here as well 700 as well. And then this is the closet for us on this bedroom. And then here, what we could do is we could add in a door instead. And then I'm going to flip this by using that, and then we're going to do it side by side so that it looks much better. And then I want to finish up by adding the sliding door as well. So let's change this and then look for the sliding door. I'm gonna select the 1200 for now to see if it's enough. I can select that there, press escape and select it so that you could change it. So here 1500 or 1700. I think 1700 is good size. And then let's CS, add it on the other side as well. And then let's not forget to put annotation, detailed line. And then here we have the thin line. We need to go to demolish so that we have dash line. And this is to represent the rods. So I'm adding 2 lines right there to represent that. And then 2 lines right here. And then for this one, we could add in the dash line and then the thin line afterwards. So now at least we have our walk-in closet right here. And then we need to add in our vanity and our toilet. As you remember, we already added those. So we need to put an underlay to level 1. Click apply. And then here we could grab this one, CS, and then let's add it right here. We could add it on this side as well. And then for the vanity, CS as well. Spacebar to change orientation. And then spacebar right here to change orientation. After that, I think that's good enough. We don't need to have the underlay on. So now we could just press none and click apply. And let's insert the shower. So go back here, go to the main, select plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then shower. Load this one up, CM, and then add it on the corner. We should check the distance. So I'm gonna check here and then right here as well. This is around 1350. So I'm gonna select this one. You could edit if you want to, but for me, I'm just going to edit type, or you can duplicate that. But for me, I'm just gonna stick it right here. I believe 1350 right here, or vice versa. So we could put this one at 800. Click apply and then OK. I think that's a good enough size for our shower. So CS, spacebar, and then add it right there as well. And then we could just nudge this one in place so that to have some spacing. And then let's not forget to add the thin line, detailed line for the top. And then let's add it right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the second floor. We added the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So here I'm gonna zoom here, and I'm just going to use my arrow key so that I could move it a little bit like that. Let's go to insert, load family, and then under furniture, let's go and add in some nightstand table. So I'm gonna click open, CM, and then let's add it right about here. So I'm gonna add it here as well. And then right after that, we're gonna add in a table lamp. So go back to the main, go to lighting, architecture, and then internal. We have one of the lighting right here, which is a table lamp. I'm gonna try and add this. Click on open and then CM. Here I'm gonna place it in the middle, but I want to see that actual height here, so let's add in a section so that we could see that. And then we need to flip it to the other side and then double click here. And then we're going to use align tool so that we could align it perfectly right about there. And then let's move it a little bit up because this is something like that. Let's see if we can align it. There we go. Now if we check it, it's actually 762 offset to the host, which is level 2. So now we could erase this and then go to level 2. And then here, if we select this one, if we type in CS, that's create similar, we could basically add this. And if you notice right here in the properties, it will adhere to the numbers that you added right here as well. So now we're gonna just add it in the middle of the table so that we could have a side table in our bedroom. Now we're gonna press escape and then escape again. I'm going to add in our washer and dryer. So let's go to load family, go back to the main, and then go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then we have washer right here, and then we have a washer dryer combo. Let's click open and then CM, and let's add the washer and dryer right about here. So in North America, newer houses now, their washer and dryer is, or their laundry room is at the second floor. So the reason for that is obviously it's better to just do your laundry on the second floor instead of you going to the basement or whatever. So here I'm gonna select this equipment and then edit type and then uncheck the show label, apply, and then OK. I'm going also to add some storage right here. So I'm gonna add a line there and then a dash line as well. So now we have our laundry here. Actually, what we could do is we could make it an L shape. and then this one as well. And we could just trim and extend, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. So at least we'll be able to maximize the storage space right here. So now that I'm happy with that, we're going to right now add. We could add some curtain wall. So click on architecture, click on wall, and then right here under drop down, curtain wall, and then we're gonna add our windows. So here I'm probably gonna add 3 windows, so around 250. So I'm gonna delete that again, and then click curtain wall again, or the wall, 250, enter, and then another 250. For some reason I'm getting that, so 250, enter, and then here I'm just gonna add it on the side here, and then I'm just going to delete this and nudge this one in place. So in terms of exact dimension, I'm just basically eyeballing this. So I have this one, and then I'm going to add a window right here as well, and then a window here on this. So I'm going to give it a nice big window, and then also we're going to add a window right here. Make sure that your curtain wall is from the inside of the wall. So what you can do is just click on spacebar to change orientation. So here, for example, CS, I'm gonna add a window here. So you can spacebar to just change orientation, and then add it right there. So now once you add everything, we can click on modify and then click on cut. That's cut geometry. What you can do is you can select the wall and then the window or the curtain wall. So select the wall first and then the curtain wall, and then I'm probably gonna add a window here as well. So select that, CS, and here I'm gonna flip it by clicking on spacebar, and then I'm gonna add that. Click on cut geometry and then do it again. So now that's good. I just noticed that we haven't added the door here, so I'm gonna select that one, CS, and I'm going to flip it on this way. So I just noticed that, seeing that something is wrong here, and then I figure out that I forgot to put in the door. So now I'm just double checking everything. We have the sliding door here. We also have our thing here. Now let's go further and let's go to our 3D. So go to your 3D, and then here we're gonna set the height that we want. So most of the time around -400. I'm happy with that. And then after that, AL, align on all of them. And then here, if you want to multiple align, you could just check that one so that we don't need to look for the base that we're gonna use, just to make it simpler for everyone. So now we're good. You can uncheck that because right now we have different heights. So here I know this is a washroom, so I'm just gonna add it right there. And then here, this is, I'm gonna do something right here to make it nice. And then here, I'm gonna pull it up. And then I'm just going to use this align tool to just set all of them in the same height, like that. And then here, what I'm planning to do is to add a balcony, and also right here I want to add a balcony as well. So my balcony here is going on this side, and then here going on this side. So now for the height on this side, I'm gonna pull it up a little bit. So I'm just gonna pull that one a little bit up. So I'm happy with this. This one will be all the way in the floor. And then now, what I need to figure out or to finish off is to add the flooring. So now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2 and add in the floor. So go to architecture, click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. Press OK, edit, and then let's change this. The thickness will be still 200, but this one I want my second floor wall or floor to be wood. So I'm gonna choose one of this, probably gonna choose mahogany. Click apply, OK, and then OK. After that, what I usually do is I'm gonna use my pick line and pick it from the inside. From the inside so that it doesn't show onto our wall. So that's one of the reasons. But this is just basically a design portion of the architecture. So usually if you want to convert this one to construction drawing, you need to put it in the core or in the middle of the wall. Most of the time the core is in the middle. So now I'm gonna pick this one again, and we need to go around here as well. So TR, trim and extend at the corner. And what I usually do first is to click on finish. I want to make sure everything is good now, and then here I'll probably just do this now as well, so that I don't need to go back again. Delete this. We could just trim and extend, and then SL here, so to split this one, TR, trim and extend. So now we're probably just going to extend this, but for now I just want to click on finish to see what we've done. So right now, this is the look that we're having. Nothing is extending. We're going to extend it now. So we're probably going to extend this one all the way right here. At the same time, we're going to use that as a balcony. So what we could do is we could go to our underlay, click change done to level 1, and then let's edit the floor. So let's try and get the floor, edit boundary, and then we're going to click on pick line so that we know how far we're going. And then here, delete this, delete right here, and then we could delete this. TR, trim and extend, and then click finish, and then let's look at it again. So at least this one was moved, and then we have this one now, and then we could work on this. So at least this one is closed. We just need to worry about the look of that. So if you see, or if we change this, this is wood, but basically we could do is we could split face so that we don't need to add another one, but we're probably going to do that after we do this one as well, because we're going to use the same floor to extend it here. So now I'm going to do is going to give this one right about 1000. So just 1000, and then I'm gonna use this line, and then I'm gonna create a line right here so that we could go around, and then trim, TR, trim this one, and then trim this one. So now everything is proper. We're probably going to push this back because it's outside, so that it's not showing on the wall. Click on finish, and then let's look at it in 3D. So now it's looking like this. What we could do now is to change this materials. So at the top right here, we're going to paint this one as, let's use laminate, just to change the materials from that. Here as well, and then here. That's something that it's not visible anyway, because we're going to change that, but basically I just want to remove anything from there. After that, we're going to change this material as well, because obviously you're not gonna push the materials from here and to be exposed to elements. So what we could do is we could go here to level 2, and we're going to click on split face under modify, and then after that we're gonna select this face. Once you select the face, click on line, and then here we're going to change this materials from here. Click finish, and then again we're gonna select that again, or we could just click on face, split face, and we're going to change the materials on this face. So now we're going to use this. We're going to go around, and then right here. And then click on finish. So now we could add a paint on those area, and then it will be changed to a different material. So I'm gonna select that, and then let's use anything concrete that we have. So I'm gonna use concrete precast, and then select that, and then select here. So now at least we change it. I'm happy with that. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the floor, and also we added some of the curtain wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna focus on the addition of the roof. So let's go back to level 2, and from level 2 here I'm still seeing my underlay, so I'm going to hide that for now. So none, and then here you need to choose level 2 so that you can change it up later on. So here go to level 2 and then click on roof, and I'm gonna edit type, duplicate, this will be roof number 1, press OK, edit, and the thickness, let's change it up to 200, and then for the materials, let's change it to asphalt, and then asphalt single shingles. So press OK, OK, and then OK. Now what we could do is we could pick line. We're gonna choose all the interior again, side, but make sure to uncheck the define roof. So I'm gonna delete this, and then here click pick line again, and then uncheck define slope. And then delete this. We mistakenly select that, and then let's go around here. And then you want to make sure to change this to base level 3, and then make sure to trim and extend all the corners and to connect them all together. So now that we're finished, click on the check mark and let's go to 3D, and here you go, we have our roof. Now we're going to select the exterior wall. Here I'm just hovering with my cursor and then clicking on the tab. It will highlight all the walls along this. So here I'm gonna select that by clicking on tab and then clicking on that, and then now I'm going to have a top offset of 600, or we could do it as 400. I think that's too much, so at least we have this one. After that, let's go back to level 2, and I want to add my railing, so I'm gonna click here, railing, and let's change this to a rectangular railing, and I'm going to add it here. And then click finish, and then let's add another one onto this side. and then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and I liked how it looks. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in the mullion, and then we're gonna load in the door. So here we need to add curtain grid first. So under architecture, beside the mullion, click on curtain grid, and then here what we need to do is we need to add in at least around 600 from the top, and then now let's go and add it in the middle, and like that. And why not add another in the middle right here in the bottom, so around 600, so that it's looking like that. I like how it looks, so I'm gonna copy it this. So click curtain grid, 600 from the top, 600 from the bottom, and then we could just select that again, 600, and then here select 600, and then just to have a better look, around 200 on the edge, so it's looking like that. So now in terms of here, we need to have 600 at the top, and then let's add in the door. The door, I want it to be around 800, and then now we could just divide this one in the middle, because I'm planning to add the door right here. At the same time, we're going to add 600 again here. I want the door to be around here, so around 800. So we could fix that. Press escape, and then select that grid again, and then 800, and then select here, and then just divide it in the middle. And then around here, we're going to fix this one. Same look as here, but actually I'm planning to just change it a bit with this kind of look. So click on here, 600 at the top, 600 on the bottom, select that, change it, and then select here as well and change it. And then after that, let's add in the middle, and then around 300 at the side. So it's looking like that. So let's spice up what we usually do. And then here as well, we're going to click right here, and then 600 again at the top. I'm just adding it right now, and then I'm gonna fix it all together. Okay, and then now I'm gonna add in on the side probably around 200 as again. And then let's fix that, 200, and then 200 right here. So I'm happy with that. And then here, I just want it to be divided because that's too big for that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on mullion. I'm gonna choose 50 by 65. I think that's the best one, and then click on all grid and then select here. I'm gonna select here as well. Select all the curtain grid. Don't forget the one below here, and then right there. And then before we add the door, the curtain wall door, we need to delete this one at the bottom, and then right about here as well we have a mullion on the bottom, so we could delete that definitely. And then now we need to go to insert, load family, and then go to doors, and then here we have M door curtain wall single glass. So we're gonna load that by clicking open. And then now what you need to do is you need to select the panel, but at the moment if we go to our mouse pointer, it's selecting everything. The trick is to click on tab and then it's circle around. It will go and choose the panel. Once it chose just the panel, you need to select that panel, and once you select that, the property will appear here, and you could just now change it to the door that we want. Then again, you will need to click on tab multiple times until it highlights only the panel. Select that panel by clicking on that, and then go to the drop down menu under properties and then select the door. In order to change the orientation, you will need to go to level 2, and then here you will need to select the door again and then flip it around like so. Here we need to flip and then flip it like that. So now I'm just looking, just checking, and then let's go to level 1 again, and here I want to tag all the room names, so we need to go to architecture, click on room, and we need to keep on placing this one. So here what we need to do, because once we select here, it is basically selecting everything. What we need to do is press escape and then click on room separator. Now you will need to place this line onto a wall system so that it will separate them in order for us to put in the room tag. So here I'm just gonna pull it like that, and we could just put this one as its powder room. I wanted to hide this part only, but I don't know if there's a good way of showing this. What we could do is we could go to view, plan view, and then plan region. We can add a plan region right here and then click finish, and we need to edit the view range. So here level 1 to level 1, probably wanna cut it by 1000, and I don't want any offset. So here we need to play around so that it's only showing the door and everything without this one. So I'm probably gonna take a look on that, the view range, because that's something that we need to figure out so that we can properly show this only. Okay, so now I'll probably gonna figure out that out later on, but now let's go and click on room, and then now as you can see, we'll be able to select that in order to add a room tag. Here we have our dining area, our stairs, and then our kitchen. And in order for us to make this one smaller, we could change this one for now to 1:5, 1:50. And then now, as you can see, it's visible right here. So that everything is showing up. And then here we could add in for the stairs. So now we have a garage here. So type in garage. Make sure it's capital. And then here we have foyer. We have our living. We have our dining. We have our powder room right here. So PR, and then we have stairs. And then kitchen. And then let's not forget the backyard. So let's just add this tag right here, backyard. Let's now go to level 2 and then tag all the rooms again. So here's the master. Here's his walk-in closet. We have the ensuite here. We have the corridor, another washroom, laundry, and then the 2 bedrooms. And then now let's change this one to 1:50. And then let's go to masters first. And then walk-in closet. And then here, ensuite. Washroom or bathroom. Corridor. This is the laundry. We can put this one as bedroom 1. And bedroom 2. And then now we could just move this one so that everything is visible. And also, why not, we could just add here balcony. So I think we need to have a room separator here. And then let's put in a rectangle. Let's just pull this one back a little bit. And then let's add in then we could put balcony 1, and then copy paste that. Oops. And then balcony as well. And then I'm just gonna double check level 1 again to see if we did everything. And I'm happy with this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the roof and then the railing. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is go to our south elevation, and I'm going to add in a level for ground. So we can select level, or we can type in LL if you want, but we can do this as well. Select that CS, so that's control similar, and I want to add in the ground to be around 400. So I'm gonna select here, and then if you notice there is a zigzag, that means we can add in an elbow. So if we click that, as you can see, we'll be able to manipulate and make everything nice. So as you can see, there's no more overlapping. We can type in ground, and then we'll have the ground right here on this level. Let's go back to 3D. We can select, so here just put in your arrow and then click on tab. It will select everything, and then we're gonna make this base offset to ground, and then here we could put this one to ground as well, and then on this wall right here we need to lower it as well. So base constraint to be ground, so everything will follow along. And the only thing we need to do is we need to add in stairs here, and then here what I want to do first is to edit this garage door. I want to change it because we always have this garage door, so I want to edit the look. So we could just select that, edit family, and then here, as you can see, we have the frame, we have the railing, and then we have this garage panel. What we can do is we could select or delete each and every one, and then here edit family, and then from here we could make in our design. Actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna undo just this part right here. Actually just delete that, or that's the I want to do is to just delete this, and then here we're gonna create an extrusion, and then we need to put it into our level, and then we're going to design it. So I'm gonna create an extrusion, and then here we're going to add our design. So I'm gonna put it at 20 by 15 and then click finish. We can change the material. So I'm gonna choose a wood material. And then if we go to 3D, we could align it at the top. And then this one is aligned from the bottom. And then let's go back to our floor plan. And then we could array this. I'm going to make around 40 and then go to the last. And then let's see how it looks. I want to see in 3D first. That looks good. We could go and save this or load to the project. Override existing and then parameter. And then just wait for it. And I want to see it. I want to preview this. We put it on the other side. So I'm just going to edit this. Let's select. And then move it on the other side. For some reason it's not working properly, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to ungroup it and then ungroup this one as well, move it now, and then we could just delete this, or we could just, if we can, let's see. No, we need to ungroup them first, so remove constraint, cancel, and then I'm just going to redo this part right here. I'm gonna array it 40 and then grab it from the edge right here and then load it to the door. Don't save it. Override existing and parameters, and then now it's basically there. And then now we could just copy this extruded part right there, and then we could just copy it again, make sure multiple is ticked, and then load it. And then if we look at it now, that looks much better. We just need to align this part right here, but altogether that looks good. I'm going to save this one afterwards, so I'm just going to delete this part now. Again, I want to fix something here that I noticed. And then once you edit one, it will follow along because it's an array. And then click here, no, override existing and parameter. And then now let's copy this, and then load it again, and then override. Okay, that looks good. What I'm gonna do again is edit, and then I'm gonna save it as a different name, modern garage door. And you'll be able to download it from the second link in. So I'm just going to delete this part. So just download it from part 1 description, and then all good. It's the second link from there. So I'm going to change this one with the proper one instead. So we have this, as you can see, a different look. We're going to create a ramp, and then if you go as well on the link part 1 description, and then in the second link we're going to change this door as well. So I'm here now, and we just need to get the modern main door. So we could use this main door, download, and then maybe this one as well. We could see, we could check which is better. And then here, modern garage, as you can see, I'm downloading now. So just check this one out. That's the one that I use for the garage door. And then once it's downloaded, you can see we could just drag and drop. This is a bit big, so I'm gonna use the other one. let's see now. I'm going to go to the main door and let's delete this part right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to delete this. Just going to extend this. That's the room separator. And then now we can just have this big and a nicer one. What I want to do is move this wall as well so that it's not that cramped on this. So maybe 1400 is enough from this grid line. This is number 1 grid line, and we'll have this part right here. So I'm happy with that. So a bit of a change, and then we just need to align it from the top. There we go. And just don't forget the floor. Once you do that, so this floor is okay, but the second floor we need to double check. It's good as well. We could just remove for now this so that we can double check how this one looks. Actually, just undo that, and we could delete this for now. I want to make it nicer, just simple, and maybe just add a balcony here. And then just move this one right here. Good enough. So that looks good. Bigger the better. And then here as well. I think it looks much better if it doesn't have too much of the mullions. I think that's good. And then we could add in like maybe just a small part right here, so we could just extend it a little bit. So that's what I'm planning to do. If we could just add I'm going to south elevation. This one I'll put it down, all the way down. I'm going to align it from the top. This is already aligned, so that's good. And then I'm going to add in curtain grid similar to this, and then maybe just good enough size for this. I'm going to do 900 or 800. door size, and then click on this, change this to a door, go to 3D, and actually go to level 2 so that we could change the orientation. And then we'll just have a small one right here. And then let me double check. We have gypsum wall board, so I'm going to use something similar. Gypsum wall board, let's go to level 2 and go to architecture, component, and then model in place, generic model, and then I'm going to create an extrusion, and I'm going to copy gypsum wall board. I'm going to duplicate it because it's easier to paint the materials later on. And then I'm going to align it, AL, and then just click finish. Finish 3D, and then I'm going to align it from here. AL, and you want to make sure the extrusion negative 200. There we go. Click finish, and then now it looks like it's part of the building. I want to actually change this a bit. The railing, instead of this one, I want just like a simple, and also we need to add the mullion as well, all grid. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in a new garage door. Basically, we edited it, and then I showed you where to get it. It's basically at part 1 description, the second link there. You'll be able to download the modern garage door. And then we added a door here for the balcony, and then we added this floor right here, and then we exchanged this to a newer model, main door, so you can just download it at the part 1 description as well. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add a railing on this side, but in the future we're probably going to edit the look of this. I just want probably just a glass one, so we're definitely going to exchange this So now what we can do is we could just delete it for now, and then what we need to do is to add those curtain wall. So I'm gonna add a curtain wall onto here, and then also on this side, and then we're going to edit that later on. That's because we're going to design our model first. So we're gonna add in some extrusions. So here I just put it down around negative 1900 is good enough. And then after that, AL, align it on the other side. And then we're going to extend this, but we just need to create the model first. So now I want to exchange this as well. So if we go to level 2, I just need to delete that, delete this, and then extend this part right here. And then after that, move it a little bit so that it doesn't go over the limit there. And then obviously we need to align it same height as everything else. So that's good right there. And then what I plan to do is actually we need to put this to lower this one as well. Lower it down. We just need it to be negative 500 at the top. And then just align it like that. And then go right here. Don't maximize it all the way to the end. Just give it some space there so that we have places to manipulate. It's easier to change it. So I'm planning to maybe minimize the width here. So the width is 1371. Maybe I'll put it at 1100 instead. Maybe 1200 to make it nicer. There we go. So at least we have that. We have that part right there, and then we could just double check the look on those. And then what I want to do is create a ramp. So I want to go to, let's go to 3D first, and I want to assess what I want to look. So I want this to be level both, and then the stairs will be on this side. So this will be walkable area, and then stairs, the ramp going down, and then we have a small patch of grass here. So that's my plan on doing. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to add in, so here we're going to add in a ramp. So let's go to level 1 and then create a new floor, edit, duplicate. Let's do floor number 6, and then here we can do one of the concrete. okay, and then okay. And then my plan is to add something like this. I'm going to use pick line, and then somewhere on this side we're going to see the dip. So I'm going to trim TR, trim and extend. So we have this. And then what we could do is, what I'm gonna do is, I'm going to create a ground. So for the side road, edit, duplicate, floor number 7, edit, and then change the material again. Go to concrete and then add in another concrete material. And then after that, actually this one should be 6, and then CS. This one should be 7. There we go. Somewhere here there will be the street, and then let's just move this one a little bit so that I just have some form of estimation in order for me to create that curve. So now let's go back to the 3D to see how it looks, and then I'm going to create another one, and then we're gonna curve it because it's not that bad. Let's go to level 1 CS, and maybe I don't need to curve it, we just need to lower it down a bit. So here I'm doing that, and then edit, and then because we know that it's 400, negative 400 from the ground when we created the ground level in south elevation, so negative 400. And then once you see it, there it is. There's a ramp there. I think that's good enough instead of having a curve. So we have that separation there. And then what I'm going to do is to make this one thicker. So I'm gonna make this one thicker, edit, let's make this one maybe 600. There we go. So that thick, and then we have the grass here, floor number 2, CS, select that, ground, then CS, and then we're going to have grass here. So that looks good. And then obviously we're going to add in a stairs here, so we're going to create that stairs there. Maybe what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make this one is not grass, only a patch is a grass, and then a different CS. We could edit, duplicate, and then different material again. I'm changing materials most of the time so that I could manipulate it in Twinmotion. I could set different materials if I want to, and it's easier for me to set a different materials afterwards. So that's why I'm setting different materials, even though this one is concrete and then this one is another concrete material and this one as well. So we have that option of doing that. Another thing is we might need to extend this part. What I want to do now is to have a nicer backyard. So I'm extending this. This is around 3,000 from grid line 1, and then because of that we could edit this, and then we could edit all the way here. Trim and extend, then align this one. So we have that, and then we could add in some patch here, and then think this is good enough to have, and then grass around here as well on this side. Don't worry, we're going to extend it a little bit more later on. And we could just extend this part right here. I'm probably going to add the same exterior wall here. But I'm gonna lower it a little bit. And then just connect them all together. Just going to align it. There we go. And as you can see, that looks much nicer. We can extend it a bit more here. So that's our boundary there. Let me see, align it at the top here so that everything is same. There we go. And this one is border wall. I'm gonna do border wall as well so that everything is consistent. Just fixing this, cleaning it up so that nothing is blinking once we're in Twinmotion, because every time there's an overlapping mass, it's gonna blink. And then I'll probably going to add another, like maybe a model here, a building or a house here, so that we have neighboring, and then it looks amazing. It looks populated even on the other side. So we could add in another grass part here. There we go. So now let's go back to 3D to see how it looks. So that looks good there. We have our model there. We need our I need to edit this or just delete it. I'm going to delete this part because I want to extend this boundary right here. I think it's a lot nicer if we have a wider stairs, and then we could just edit this part. Use pick line, and then TR, trim and extend, and then connect all together. And then if we see, that looks good right there. And then we're gonna create our sidewalk. We're going to extend this. We're doing it little by little so that everything looks nice. We can see everything a lot nicer, and it doesn't feel rushed. Just delete this, and then it's up to you to widen it. And then for this part, we could just delete that later on. And then trim and extend, and then click that, and then delete this part right there. So now everything is consistent except for this patch, because we could add in the walkway right here. So I'm going to edit boundary, go to ground, and then once we have this right here, it will create, so 1000 by 500 is my dimensions here. What I want to do is from here, I want to put it right here, and then just copy. Make sure multiple is checked, and then copy it again, CO, so that you have a consistent spacing. And then I'll stop here. I think that's good enough. And then we're going to create another floor. Edit, duplicate, floor number 9, another concrete. Apply, OK, and then OK. And then for this one, we could just add it like that, and then copy it on the edge. And then click finish, select that, constraint, I want it to be offset on 20. I think that's good enough for that part right there. So we have a walkway going the backyard, and then we could put some trees here, some nice bushes, and then we're going to add in a stairs there as well. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in this video, we're going to edit this more. What we did on the last video is we added all of this, and then I'm going to create a path coming right here as well. So I'm gonna do that, and then what I want to do is, actually my plan is to just add bushes around here, and then yeah, they just can go right here. So that's good enough there. I'm going to edit this boundary. So I'm going to extend this, so we could use a line to extend this part right here. Actually, what we can do is we can extend it a little bit more so that we have enough room to work with once we're in Twinmotion. I'm going to edit the grass and then extend it, and at the same time add a grass part right here on front. AL, and then align it all together. So that's good right there. And then we're going to add in the side street or the sidewalk. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in another floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 10, and then this will be another concrete material. Pull it up, click apply, OK, and then OK. In terms of the thickness, I'm going to make it 100 only. And then offset from the ground is 100 or 200, so that it's on top of the street that we created. So we're going to add here and then add here as well. We're going to put it at 2000, and then this one is 2000 as well. And if you notice, it's actually a little bit so small. So what we're going to do is we're going to extend this one a little bit more. So 10,000. Oops. I think that's good enough size there. And then we're just going to edit this part right here, just move it at the end, and then now here edit this one, move it on this side, and then select CO, copy it, and then just move this one right here and to right here. So I'm going to align it on this part and then align it here, and then we're going to fillet arc it 1100 as well on that. Click finish, check 3D, and you can see how it looks. So offset by ground, make it 100 because our thickness is 100, so that's good enough there. But we're not yet done. We need to make it a little bit smoother to make it look realistic. So generic model, and then we're gonna use sweep, pick path, and then pick the path right here. After that, click finish, edit profile, make sure material is similar, so concrete, and then board form. Let's click here. Let's do 100 by 30, and then I want to fillet arc it at the top around 20, and then give it some rectangle right here. This is 40 by 5, so we can do that. Delete, trim and extend right here, and then click finish, and as you can see, that looks good. And then we need to do it on the other side. Sweep, pick path, do the same thing right here, click finish, edit profile, 30 by 100 first, fillet arc 20, so that's 20, and then 40 by 5, delete that, trim, and then click finish. So that looks good there, and why not just add it on the other side as well. I know it's not going to be seen, but when we're doing the walkthrough, it might be shown. So edit, do the same thing, 30 by 100, fillet arc 20, and then 40 by 5 is the thickness, and then 40 is the width, and then trim it, click finish, and then finish. As you can see, that looks good now. Also want to extend this part right here. Just going to align this finish right there. I think that's good enough. They just need to go around a little bit of bushes there, and then let's work on our stairs. In terms of stairs, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a model in place stairs so that I could manipulate, add some lights and those kind of stuff. So I'm gonna use model in place instead of the regular stairs. So go and generic model. This will be number 8. We're gonna do an extrusion, set, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this plane right here. We're gonna do an extrusion from this side, and we're going to change the material here. So probably another concrete material. And then what we can do is some estimating. So we have something like this, 200. If it's 200, there's only 2. I want 150 each first. This is 100, this is 150, so make it 135. I think that's good enough. And then trim and extend, and then just delete this. And then click finish. And the good thing about it is we could manipulate the sizing of that. So if we want to extend this, we can. As you can see, I can manipulate it instantly without having to go to stairs and change it. So by doing that, as you can see, the look is gradually changed. And then what we can do afterwards is to add light. So before we add light, we could copy this first. So I'm gonna go to ground, copy this so that we could copy it from here. I want to edit in place, pick a new, there we go. So because we picked new one, we could move this one. I want to move this one properly. So let's go to south, I believe, or actually east or west, right here. And I'm going to make it wireframe so that we could move this one properly below. And then after that, we could just extend this. We could extend it all the way to each end. Okay, and then once we finish, we could go here and change. There we go. That's why I like model in place, because you can change everything else afterwards. There we go. That looks much better. And then here we're going to add light. So we're going to edit this part, and we need to create a sweep void, pick path, and then we're going to pick this one, edit profile, and I want it to be at least maybe 40 below, and then we're going to have 20 by maybe 20, 20 by 20, and 40 from below. Click finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry. So now that is cut, and we just need to add more cuts onto this side, and then we're good with that. And then we're going to add a paint that will be selected later as a light source. So we're going to create this first, edit profile. This will be 40, and then 20, and then 20. Click finish, finish, and then cut geometry. And then we're gonna do one more. Void sweep, pick path, click finish, edit profile, and do the same process. 40, 20 by 20. And then delete this, finish, and then finish. Cut geometry, and then now we need to click on paint. Not sure if the material here, luminaires, it's not yet selected, so what we could do is we need to bring it. So I'm just going to create a model just so that one could be selected as that material, and then we could just delete it afterwards. So I'm just going to create an extrusion. Let's make it here, and then let's put light. There we go. Luminance. apply OK, and then finish. So that's luminance now. And then once we have that, we can now edit here, and that luminance will appear now. And then you just need to select the one at the end. There we go. Use your tab button in order to circulate selection. There we go. So done, and then click finish, and then here we can just delete this now. So we have that light there. So I'm happy with that. So now it's up to you if you want to add it here. So I'll let you decide that and work on that. But for now, I'm more concentrated on the exterior part in front. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the side street. So the curb here, and then the stairs here. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to align this one right here. So I'm gonna revise it a little bit. And then here, I'm gonna delete this wall right here, or the curtain wall. And then also on this one, because I could delete this and then trim this out. So TR on this, and then we could delete this room now. And then we could just extend this one. Over here. We could put this one in the middle and edit. I'm gonna put it at 1800. Apply, OK, and there we go. We have that one there. And then as you can see, we have this one, a bigger door, and then a bigger landing right here. We can even extend this one, so you could go to ground, and then you could see how you want to extend this one a bit. So for me, I just want to extend it so it's more grandiose in terms of steps. And then you could just extend it a bit if you think that it's not evenly distributed, or it's not equally divided like that. So it's really up to you to gauge that one. But for now, this one looks good. I'm also going to delete this wall right here, curtain wall, because I want to extend this part as well. So now that we extended here, I want to extend this part right here as well. So I'm gonna TR, trim and extend on both here, and then we just need to edit the floor. So the floor needs to be edited. So it's simple, just delete all this and then TR on both of this one. Same goes here. You can even go, you don't need to go to a floor plan, but if you need to, you can just go right here, and then same idea, TR, trim and extend, and then click finish. Go to south elevation, because what I want to do is I want to move this one in the middle, something like that, and then we're going to create the model that I want to add here. So now let's go back to 3D, and then here I'm actually going to enlarge this one instead of having a glass. Also, I will have to cover this going down, so I might push this one all the way onto this wall right here, and then of course we're going to maybe enlarge this part. So I'm going to try and align this as much as I can. Also, maybe 1800 is not good enough. 1500, let's revise it. And then I'm going to align this one up to here, and then align it from here to there. So everything is properly equal there. And then I'm going to slice it SL. I believe we need to go to 3D if we want to properly slice it. If not, we could just do it manually later on, or do this edit profile right here. So I'm going to go to our south elevation, and then I'm going to cut it from here. SL, and then TR, and then click finish. Now it will look like this, and we're going to create our model now. I'm also going to make this one a little bit smaller in terms of height. Let's make it 2500. There we go. Let's see if it's good enough in terms of height. I think that's good enough. If we can see it with a detailed line, just a little bit, so that's fine with me. I'm gonna do it on south elevation with consistent color so that we can see much better. I'm going to go to architecture, component, model in place, and then use generic model as my category, and then we click set work plane, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this wall first because we're going to extend it here. So select this wall first, and then here we're gonna do an extrusion. We're going to change this to something white. So I know we've used this already, but I'm gonna duplicate again and then click apply. OK, and then we're going to level this out first. This one is already leveled, so we don't need to worry about that, but we need to level it on this level so that we could do an extension and then create our modeling right there. So I'm gonna click on finish, go to 3D, and then we could finish it first, and then align it to this wall. So now it's easier to manipulate this and create our model. I'm going to lower this one down, something around that height. Doesn't need to be exact, so you can just put in negative 2700 here, top offset. Okay, so everybody can follow, and then we will have something like that look right there. And then we're going to create this one. We could actually extend this if we want to. So I'm going to edit model in place, and then create extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select it here. And then we could just do the same thing with the proper height of 400, similar to what we have here. And then click finish, and then align it on here, and maybe align it on this one, so it's actually aligned already. So we have something like that, and then we could just revise the look. So we're going to create a void, a sweep void, and then we're going to pick a path. So we're gonna pick a path right here and right here. Click finish, edit profile, and we're going to chop it so we could go to south elevation so that we could see it properly. And it's only going to be something like that. Click finish, go to 3D, and then click finish again. And as you can see, we could cut geometry, and then we can see it much better. And that looks good right there. As you can see, it gives that that fine detail right there. And then of course, once we extend this one a bit, we're gonna extend it with the same extrusion. So go to south elevation, create extrusion, and then we're going to set this one, pick a plane right here, and then we're gonna select this wall right now. I'm going to create this now, like so, up to here. Make sure we align it. So just going to align it one more time, and then here we could just extend it again, align it at the top there, and then delete this, trim this, there we go. I'm going to leave an extrusion length here. And then now SL, trim this one, and then here SL, trim this one, and then here as well we're going to copy that part right there, and then click finish. Look at it at 3D, and we can see how it looks. So now everything is leveled. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push this back, actually right here, and I'm gonna create something else here, like an extension. Of course, we're going to extend the extrusion, edit sweep, but we're just going to add that basically. There we go. It took a while for that to be done. And then here, what I'm gonna do is another extrusion. So let's go to south elevation, and then I'm going to edit this part, extrusion, and then actually I'm going to add the one right here. I'm gonna give that a gap because that's a design there. I just want to know the gap here, so I want to be consistent. So let's make this one 100. Okay, and then here as a gap to be 100 as well. There we go. And then here we're going to have that part here. For this one, and then trim this one, delete. There we go. So 100 there, and then I'm going to add this one all the way down right here. So if it's actually, we could just delete this wall right here because it's all the way down anyway. So something that we could do right after here, or we could just lower it and push it from here. There we go. Something like that. I'm going to align it here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to raise this one a bit. So that will be my design there. And then I'm gonna lower this. And you know what? It will be nice if we just attach it to this so that it goes all the way there. This one, make it tall enough to make it safe there. And then actually I'm going to edit again. Let's go to 3D. I'm gonna make this gap, set. I'm gonna pick a plane and select here, extrusion, same material, something like that. Click finish, and it's easier for us to align it to this wall right here and to this height. And then we can push back if you want to, but looks good to me. I'm happy with that. I'm going to add a gap. Go to south elevation, a small gap, something like this, just for design. I'm not sure if we should add not 100, but let's put this one to 70. Something like that, and then another one right here. And then click finish, and then we have that one right there. And that looks good there. And then I'm going to change the material here. I want something black, so let me choose one. I'm gonna put in metal first. Bronze we already used. I'm gonna use metal panel, and I'm gonna duplicate that. Apply, okay. And then I'm just gonna copy them all the way right here. So that's fine there. I'm going to paint this one as well. Just something gray. I'm gonna use this metal stud layer. So for now we have white and gray, and then black here. And what I'm just going to add is an extrusion at the top here. I'm gonna create a sweep, or just a sweep, yeah, pick path, and then right here, and then trim it, and then click finish, edit profile, and then here metal panel. So same metal panel, the duplicated one, and we're going to add something right here. We need to make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So for here, I think because this one, instead of sweep, I'm just gonna delete it. I'm just gonna create an extrusion. Metal panel, and then we're just going to add it. I'm going to pick path, or this one, check this one.
go. Trim and extend, and then give it some nudge. And then lower it a bit, just for design purpose. So I'm good with that. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create this design right here. We created from extrusion. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do now next is right here on this side. I'm going to edit this boundary right here. And similar to what we did, we're just going to trim and extend on this side. And then as you can see, we have that one right there. And then also, we can delete this one, and then we're gonna create the same extrusion that we have on this one. So we're gonna use gypsum wallboard, and then we're going to set it, create, set, extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select it on this wall. And then we need to go to either east or west. So I think it's west now. Just to do it right here, change this to hidden or shaded, and do the extrusion as well. And then we need gypsum wallboard number 2 here. Press OK, and then click finish. Let's go to 3D, and I want to extrude it a bit, of course, like that. Let's put it at 1200, and then go to west elevation again. And we're not gonna put any glass for railing, we're gonna do an extrusion again. So extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall right here and do the same thing that we did. Pull it up a bit, and then just create those lines right there. Copy, and then copy the same. You can put it somewhere below like that, and then lower this a little bit, something like that. Click finish and go to 3D to change the extrusion way. Okay, so I'm just going to align it and then align it on this one as well. So we have the same thing look, and then we're going to add this one, metal panel now. And then we're just going to create that extrusion again, set it, pick a plane on top of this one. And then here we're going to create that one, change this material, click apply, and then change the extrusion thickness, and then click finish. And then now we have the same look as well. Of course, we could extend this one a bit because it's an extrusion model in place. It's easier for us to manipulate all of this, as you can see. So now at least everything looks same as before. And we have that one there. I'm gonna go to south elevation, and I want to add the model text. So I'm gonna create a model text, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this plane right here, press OK, and then add it for now. Once you add it, we can rotate it 180, and then we can duplicate this. This will be house number, okay, and then change the font or the text size to probably 150. We can then edit, make it 200. In terms of depth, 25. Material to be one of the metal materials. Use this. And then the graphics, the text, house number, of course. We can make it a little bit bigger, 250. And then the depth is the same, and if we see it, it will look like that. So it's good enough. You can change it more, maybe C, something like that. Okay, so we have the text for the house number. What I want to do next is to add lights. So we could add lights right here. I want a strip light on the top here. So what I'm gonna do is a model in place again, and then I'm gonna use a sweep to add those. I'm going to use, so create a sweep, pick path, and then we're gonna select this 3D line right here. So now once we're done, we can do an extrusion, edit profile, and then here we need to put luminance, same materials that we use for the stairs, entrance stairs. So if you remember, luminance is what we use there. And then we need to just add a light strip right here. We can do 5 and then 5, and then the distance here, let me check, around 150. Do it around 150. I'm not sure if we have space on this part right here, but we could see. Oh, perfect. We have enough just for that one. Before we have this, I think we have it, yes. So we have it until we have this curve there. So that's the one that I was checking about, and then maybe all going around here as well. So might as well. Edit, pick path. I'm gonna select this spot right here and then right here. And then trim it. And then click finish and then finish. So we have that light all the way up to there. So we have lights there. We can add lights under here. So go to part 1 description of this series, and there will be the second link there. And what I want you to download is the lighting. So lighting spotlight. I'm gonna use the square. You can also use a circle. I'm gonna use square and then download it. And then once you download that, you just need to drag and drop. So here, just drag and drop. And the good thing about it is a face base, so you can just add one, and then we're going to add it here as well, and then on top, on below here as well. And good thing about that is that it's face based, so you can actually add it anywhere you want, even here. So it adheres to the location that you want. So that's why it's face based. I'm not gonna add it on here because we already have the strip light there. I'm just adding it below here. To see that, we go to ceiling plan. Maybe it's number here, so we can see it right here. Copy, and then every 1000. So copy again, make sure multiple is checked so that we could just keep on typing 1000. Something like that. I'm going to move it a little bit, and then we could go from here as well. Copy it. 1000, 1000, 1000. So that's good. And then let's go to ceiling plan number 2. Let's put it somewhere in the middle right here, and then copy it and then pull it back. 1000, 1000. Okay, now let's go to 3D and see how it looks. So that one looks good. We added the ones right here as well. Like I said earlier, it's up to you if you're gonna add the light here, similar to what we did here. So you could do it on your spare time, and then we could add lights on this wall right here. So I'm just going to revise this one as well. So at least edit this boundary right here. I'm going to align it. Finish there, and then edit this boundary right here. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to create a model in place, generic model, and then just go to west elevation, so actually east elevation, to see it much better. And then I'm just going to create an extrusion. I'm gonna pick it here, this one, I'm gonna use a duplicate. Click finish, and then I create another one, another extrusion. Pick a plane. And for this one, the luminance. Click finish, go to 3D, and push it back. And then align it. Okay. And then go back to, I think that's east elevation. And then let's copy it. This one we could do 3,000. Every 3,000. All the way there. I think that's good enough. And then click finish. Go and let's look at it. That's looking good right there. I'm happy with that. I'm just gonna leave it something like that right there. And then here, might as well let's add the lights here for the luminance as well. So I'm going to edit in place. We're going to create a void form, void sweep, pick path, and then edit profile. We're just going to select this one around 30 from the top and go 5 here, 5 down, and then close it off. We could just copy this for the next one and delete this. Now we could just click finish and then finish, and then we could do cut geometry, and then there it is. Do it again, void sweep, pick path. We're gonna select here, click finish, edit profile, Control V, but unfortunately you cannot do that. So I'm gonna do is I'm just going to do it manually again. 40, and then 5 here, 5, and then close it off, and then delete this here, click finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry. Do it right here, pick path again, edit profile, select here, 40, 5, 5, and then trim and extend here. And then click finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry, and then we can paint it now. Sorry, paint right here, and then luminance, and we need to select the one at the back. There we go. click done and then click finish and then save your project. And we can just review what we did. If we miss anything, we have the lights here, we have the lights on this side, and then on this below here, and then top of here. So it looks like we're good. We're ready to send it to Twinmotion on the next video. I just want to double check what's the material that we use here. So door handle and door frame is aluminum and bronze, and then here, that's good. So we're gonna stop here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish modeling our model. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to, I'm gonna show you how to create sheets. So go to sheet, right click, right here, sheets, new sheet, and then we have Azerometric already loaded. If you want a different title block, you go right here, and then we have different kinds right here, so you could choose one. For Azerometric, I'm okay with that, so I'm gonna press OK. I'm gonna change this one, so ACD, then project house, and then we could have this one as cover sheet. So now what we need to do is we have A0, we could change this to A001, and then Revit will recognize the sequencing. So we just need to create new. So there we go. Let's create at least 5 or 6. And then after that, you can go and click here. You'll be able to change it. So first floor, and then you can also double click and then change it here. So second floor, we can do a section. We can also do call out, and then we can also create elevation. And then we can double the elevation, so we need to create another one. Okay, let's go to our ground floor, and then let's take an image. So camera, we're going to create an image from here, this point. This is the view range, and then it will create this 3D view right here, and this is what we're going to use for our rendering. So you can do this one realistic if you want. Okay, so we have this one right here. Let's go to our view and then click on rendering right here, and then I'm just gonna set this one to draft, but if you want to make it nicer, you choose from here, but it will take a while for it to be rendered, because the bigger it is, the much slower it is to be rendered. I'm just gonna do draft. I'm just gonna leave everything as is and then click here. It will just take a couple of seconds. and we'll be able to load it to our cover sheet, and we're gonna save it to our project. You can also export it, and then you can adjust the exposure. So once this is rendered, as you can see, you can adjust exposure. You want to make it brighter, you can apply, and then so on. So whatever you do, you can change the look, and then you can also reset it if you want. So I'm going to press OK, and then save it to our project, and it will create a rendering column right here, or sheet. So I'm gonna change it to render one. You can just leave it as is if you want, and as you can see, we have this rendering right here. We can close this now and go to our cover sheet, and then drag and drop that one. And then here, let's remove that view, so no title. And then we could enlarge this one, as you can see. So now let's create our drawing list. So to do that, let's go to our schedule, and then new sheet list. We're going to do the number sheet first, and then the name afterwards. After that, let's do the appearance. I don't want any black row after the data, so I'm going to uncheck that. And then the title text, I want it to be big, and then go 6, and then 4 on the body text. So press OK. And the good thing about this is that it's automatic. So if you delete or add any sheet, it will automatically change here. So I'm going to make this one capital drawing list, so it will look better. Go to first cover sheet, and then we could just drag and drop this one, and then we'll be able to make it look much better, as you can see. And we have our stuff right here, our list, drawing list. So now let's go to our first floor, and the way that you do it is you drag it first and see how it looks. Looks like it's good. 1:2, 50. Let's try and change it to 1:100. So let's go right here, go to our first floor, and see how it looks. So that one looks so small, so I think 1:50 is perfect. You can change that. What I usually do is go to annotate, detail line, and choose thin line, and I do at least a border line. So I do 20, and then 20 again, and then do it like this one right here, and then delete this, because having those border line will make it look professional. So that's why I do that. And then it really depends on your company if that's the process that they want. In my company, we usually create that border line, and then so that everything will be consistent with all other modelers or architects as well. So here, what we can do, as you can see, we have level 1 right there, but actually this one, this is the level 1, but I want to change the name here. So what I did is I changed the title sheet name on this one, first floor, because I don't want to change the naming here. So if you want, you can change different names here, but just change it on this on this row right here. And then after that, I usually click on tab, so select all the border line, and then copy to clipboard, so that I could replicate it to my second floor, and then paste to current view. And then for me, I do the necessary changes in scale, and then just drag and drop again. And then here I just move this title, select this view, and then I'll be able to clean up the title line. If we go to section now, you can do the same thing again, copy and then paste it to current view so that we have these lines already. We need to create some section. So what I usually do is you can have a section line from the stairs, change the view range. So this one, the view range is too long, and then I'm going to create another section view across here, and then looking, you can flip this one looking from here. So now that's good right there. Go to section, and then we'll have the section right here. So section 1, is to 50. So we have one right here. So if you want, you can change the look. So double click on that view. You can put it as shaded if you want, and then put in the shadows on, and then Control Tab, CO to have another line like that, and then add in the section again to 1:50. Double click, shaded, and then add this shadow, and then most of the time you put it in fine, so all the information will be there as well. There we go, and as you can see, it looks nicer. And then you just need to clean up the title line like so, and then there you go. And then the next one is call out. So for call out, what we can do is we can create level 1 and then go to view, create a call out. Usually what we do is we have a call out for the kitchen, and then double click. You can put it at kitchen for the call out, and then you still put the border line. So I'm gonna paste it here and then drag the kitchen call out right here. And then let's go to level 2. Let's add more call out. We could do the masters, and then the laundry if you want. If you're gonna put more details there, then we have this one, and then you can also put maybe the washroom right here. So here we have the masters, and then we have the laundry, and then the shared washroom, and then the only thing that you need to do is drag and drop those information. And if we go back to level 2, Revit will recognize where you put it, and it will provide all those information. So now we haven't added this yet. So once we add those onto our drawing, so let's put in the laundry, and then the shared washroom. And if we go back, all those information are already added instantly. So we just need to clean up here. So I'm gonna hide this, hide element. And then we just need to add CO. And then CO here. And then we can extend here. Change here. And we can add it here as well. Laundry there. Copy. And then we could add it here. There we go. So as you can see, that looks much better. If you want to add the tag room, you can also do that, because usually once you create another view, it will need to be tagged again. So as you can see, I'm tagging it again, but all the information is already there, so you don't need to worry about adding those again. So as you can see, all the information is right there. You just need to bring it back to the callout, because all annotation is not it's by view. So as you can see, we have those now, and then now we go to elevation. But before we do that, go here, paste the current view, so that we have all of this. We just need to add, because we already have elevation tags when we started, we place those to the proper location, and then you just need to know the scale that you're gonna add. So I'm gonna change this to 1:50. You can change this to 5, and then consistent color as well. What I usually do is I add all this one, I change this all at once. So that I could just keep on dragging and dropping on the drawing. And sometimes I actually go here and change the background. I like the gradient background, and it looks nicer. But we need to create that crop view right here. So right there, let's do it on this part as well. Background, gradient, and then the crop. And then here, crop view, change it here, background, gradient. And then lastly here, and then the crop view, or crop region visible. And then we just need to go to our elevation So elevation 6. So let's add east first. Okay, and then copy this. And then we go to our north, drag it, and then fix the title. And then copy both of this. Go to elevation, next one, and paste it so that you have the same border lines from the previous. Oops. And then now we just need to save and then print. So in printing, choose your printer, make sure that this is combined, select, go here, and usually I create a full set, so I check all of this one and then save it. You can create a full set one, and then you can create multiple different changes. For example, if you change something on first floor, second floor, and then the call out, you can preset all of those. And then now if I go to full set, it will change instantly to those presets that I created. So once you have those, I'm going to select this one, combine, and then press OK. And now it's just going to print, and let's wait for the result. So it printed, and then this is the result. We have the cover sheet with drawing list, first floor, second floor, section 1 and 2. We have callouts that we created. We have elevations, east, north, south, and west. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish our sheets. So I showed you how to create all the sheets right here and to add them to all of them. Now, what we're gonna do is we're going to send it to Twinmotion. So before you do that, you want to make sure that you're in fine, and then it's up to you if you want to make it shade or consistent color. So it's really up to you. But once you have it ready, save it, and then open your Twinmotion, and then here, Datasmith, we're going to export Datasmith file. So I'm gonna save it right here. You can change the name if you want. I'm gonna save it like that. And then I open the Twinmotion already. So I have the latest 2025.1, and you need to go here into your import, and then click here, and you go to the location that you saved it. So I'm gonna open it and then go to the location, and then I save it right here and just click open and then import. So once everything is done, we also need to delete the landscape. So we're gonna press OK, and then we're just going to remove those starting base landscape. Of course, we're gonna leave that ground there, and then now this is blinking because the starting ground, we just need to lower it a little bit, and as you can see, everything is good now. And then what we can do afterwards is to save it first. So save, and then let's go to our file right here, and then put in-house, and then click on save. And then once you're saved, click file again, sign into Epic Games. So once you're signed in, you'll be able to have or you have access to all of this right here. And then after that, we go to ambient camera, and this is important that we turn on parallelism. So let's turn that on. And then here in environment, you'll be able to enable so let's go right here, HDRI, and then here let's use backdrop, and then you'll be able to add different kinds. So HDRI, outdoor right here, and you'll be able to choose which one you want. We have sunset right here. So what you need to do is just drag and drop. There we go. And then you just need to change the height offset of that. And then once you change the height offset, you'll be able to do rotation as well to see how everything reflects. And then you'll be able to change the size of that as well. There we go. And then after that, what we're gonna do is we're going to start adding material. So I'm gonna focus on glass first. So clear glass, I'm gonna select that, and then put in opacity, and then we're gonna put in tint, and then I think that's good enough. I'm not gonna use mask. And then after that, we're gonna play around with opacity later on, especially when we're when we change the lighting, and then once we have the rendering. Go to metal, or you can pick this one right here, material picker, and we want to make sure metallic is all the way at the end, and then we can change the color right here to black for this one, for that aluminum, and then we could just select this one as well. And then we could go to wall covering. I'm gonna use satin paint, satin white right there, and then we're gonna choose others as well. So we want to make sure that everything is selected similar to that, so that it becomes consistent. There we go. And then after that, we're going to add the matte paint right here, but we're going to change it to black. And then this one will be similar to this, so that it's consistent. And then we could just have that one like that as well. And then here we're going to change this one to wood material, and then scale it up, and then 90 degrees, and then that's fine right there. Maybe we can do a different one without this graining there, the pattern. So I think this is good enough like that. So now I'm going to make this one a little bit darker, so a more dark black theme. And then in terms of the frame here, of course, like that. And then here, this one, it needs to be the material for neon. There we go. So now everything is glowing like that. We need to decrease this one right here. Specialty lights. We need to lower the intensity and then the temperature. There we go. I think that's good. And then the lights here, we need to select all these lights right here that we can see. And then we're gonna change the intensity to 10 as well, and then the color temperature, something like that, much better. And then why not this one as well? It's a lot visible. There we go. Look, it looks much better. And then now we're going to change the ground material. So nature first. So this one, this grass, let's change it to this one. And then go back to ground, man-made. We're going to change this. Concrete road. I'm gonna scale it up. And then here, we could do this cobblestone. Scale it a bit. There we go. And then concrete here. go. And then maybe we could just add this one right as well, so that everything is consistent. Scale this one as well. And of course we're gonna put the proper proper grass there. We're not gonna leave it like that. So very basic, just white, and then we have something like that right there. So as you can see, a very simple design, but it looks much better. Now we're going to select all the floors that we have, and then we can actually just go and populate them, place, and then we're gonna do scatter, and then go back here, vegetation, grass. We're going to put in long grass like that multiple times, so that it looks much better. It's more populated. And then after that, select all of them, and then select this one, and then as you can see, one click and everything is added quickly like that. And then of course we have some thing that we need to clean up. So similar to that, we need to clean up a little bit here. There we go. Just making sure that you have that properly there, and everything is still showing properly. So that's the only thing that I want to clean up. Something like this one as well. So why not clean up at least just a little bit like there, and then we're good with this. Looks much better. And then we're going to add some background buildings. So I'm gonna have my user library, and we're gonna choose one of the houses here. I'm just gonna use this. We can turn this out like so. Lower it down. Okay. I want to try this one. This one is too big, so maybe this model building right here for background purpose. just have this one right here. Not sure if this is the best one that we could do. Something like this could also work. Okay, I think that's perfect. Thing got extended, so I'm happy with that. And then now we just need to make it nice. Let's add in more vegetation. So I'm gonna add in some bushes right here. Maybe something like this. This one's good right here. I'm just going to add more of them, different sizes. Okay, and then we're going to add this one onto this side. This one to this side, something a little bit big. There we go. And then this one, we could just copy it. We could do 25. All the way at the back right there. I'm just gonna undo this because it doesn't feel nice, so I rather do it manually. Number 4, so different sizes. There we go. And then we'll add different things there. Here, maybe I'm gonna put in right here. Right. And let's go to the other side. I'm gonna add this one right here. I'm gonna turn it around and then change the H. Just adding those, as you can see, it looks much better now. And then I'm gonna choose something like a nicer tree here. Just for the front. Maybe I'll do this one instead. Big. I think that's good enough there. Gonna move it somewhere right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to import from Revit to Twinmotion, and we're setting up all the materials. So now, what I want to do is to change this material right here. I'm gonna choose stone, and I'm gonna use this stone right here and scale it up. Okay, and then after that, let's add in some lights. So I'm gonna use spotlight right here. I'm gonna change the intensity to 10. And then I'm going to change this one right here, the temperature. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 of them we're going to add. Hold on shift, and then every 3,000 or 3 meters, 6 of them. Perfect, so everything is added there. And then after that, I'm going to add the same spotlight. So I'm going to add this one right here, copy, and then flip this one 180. So it's going up, something like that. And then we're going to flip it like that. There we go. So we have some lights there as well. And then why not add on the other side? So copy it. And then let's flip it 180. And then 90. So adding some lights there, and then even here in our tree. There we go. Then of course we need to add the spotlight over here. And then the temperature. And then here we need to add them every 1 meter. And then let's go at the back, because we added some right here as well. the intensity to 10, and then the temperature, and then go 1 meter, 3 more. Select this one, the one at the end, and then pull it up. And let's just add this one over here. Okay. And then pull it right here. And then here, we did change the intensity here. I think I put it at 10. I'll probably going to put it into 20 so that it reflects as well. So I'm gonna select only those. So use your control, hold on control button while selecting so that you just choose all of this and then put it to 20 and then change the temperature. And to make it nicer, I'm going to check on my curtains. Here we could add in a curtain right here. We can scale it up. Click on tab. There we go. So we have that one there, and then we just need to add it onto the other side, but we need to scale it because we have a smaller. So click on tab, scale it down like so. There we go. And push it to the wall. And then we could use the material, the fabric material. Then we could use this one, and you can choose the color. Actually, it will show So once we're in rendering, it will show transparent. So as you can see, it shows transparent. So it's up to you if you're gonna use this, but it looks nice on the result. So if we undo that, in terms of material, let's see how this one looks. This one is okay as well. So it's up to you which material you're gonna use. For transparency, use this one, tooling. Okay, so now we have that one there. We're also going to add in some cars, some vehicles. So I'm going to use this one right here. Then I'm going to change this color right here to a red one. That's good enough. We can put this one onto this side. There we go. I think that looks good right there. I'm happy with the result. So we could generate the images. So we could see how it looks, especially the bounces. We could check this one. Want to make sure the opacity is not too much, and then go to media, and then we select, or we create our image. So here, something like that. And then over here, so that's not final yet. And then over here. And then go back and change the camera focal. The focal length. 42, and then refresh it. And then you want to make sure to go to render, path tracer, first lumen, and then path tracer. You want to put it to high. Go to details. You want it to put it, if your computer is capable, I could put 500 on that. And then I'm gonna use refresh. And then here, I'm going to do the same changes, especially with the focal length. Okay, refresh it, and then render, lumen, and then path tracer, put it to high, and then 500, and then refresh. And then here, do the same thing. Camera first, focal length around 40, 41, 42 is the perfect, depending on how you zoom in, zoom out. But here, that's why I went to the other, so that I could see it much better. Then once I have my view, go to render, lumen, path tracer, high, and then 500. And then refresh. And then maybe one more. I'm gonna quit so that it's easier for me to move along. Going to add, okay, refresh, go to render, lumen, turn on path tracer, go to high, and then 500 right here. Okay. Maybe one more. Refresh on that. Environment, go and change the weather. go to render, lumen, path tracer, go to high, and then 500. And then refresh it. Okay, so now we have that one as well. And then now we can create another media that's going to be a video. Let's quit here, and then let's just start from here, zooming in. That's 7 seconds. Add a key part. Leave it like 10. That's 6 seconds. Five seconds. Going here, going down. 4 seconds. Five seconds. Seconds. Five seconds. Go back here. Duplicate it, rename this showreel, and then here rename shorts, and then under shorts change this to 00, and then this one 700. So now we just need to export. Let's save it first. And then export. Click here, select all, and then all the videos, select all as well. And then just start exporting. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.